Chat disabled. So, how's everybody doing tonight? We got Matt here. Yeah, I do need a bigger place. I accidentally grabbed the wrong printer. I'm just gonna check my CR-10 here, make sure it started okay. Yeah, we're all good. That first layer's going on nice. So how's everybody doing? Anybody have any what do you mean, why is that room so small on the inside? It's about 180 square feet, I want to say. Yeah, it's the opposite of the TARDIS. I do have TARDIS stuff up in my office here. So, day one, find out Creality is knocking off your product. Day two, CR-10 killer. That was completely unintended, for the record. But yeah, so this big ass box, it says that it's 70 centimeters by 62 by 30. So it's big boy. Yeah, we're gonna need something to do with the printers. I actually have sent out 2 printers this week to friends that help us out, Tor being one of them. I sent him a brand new Ender 3 that we got on the pre-order, along with the Easy ABL kit and the filament sensor and a new coupler. Let me just do a check here. Let's see if our small camera is working. And it is not coming up, so let me deactivate and reactivate that, see if it pops up. Oh, there we go. All right. So let me get its video settings all dialed in, because I'm sure we're going to need our close-up cam at some point tonight. So I got it all ready to go here. I'm just going to lock its focus here. So yeah, I had the chat initially disabled because YouTube will actually let people chat before the stream starts, and I didn't want that to be happening. So I just need to change a few settings here. All right, how we looking, everybody? What's up, Short to Ground? So we got a lot of people here. I'm not exactly sure how many because I don't have my counter up. I have a little button on my Stream Deck here. I don't know why it's not working. Let me see if I can add that really quick here. Give me one moment here. Let me make it so you guys can't see me typing. I don't need people ripping off my password. There we go. All right. Just a moment. I thought this little button that, like, you know, says it shows like the status of how many people are watching was gimmicky, but it's actually pretty neat. I can just at a glance, hopefully it'll work, tell me how many people I have viewing me, but it's not working, guys. 2 viewers. Because that'd be awesome if I could see how many viewers I have on here. Stream Deck does not want to work tonight, apparently. All right, I'm gonna try one more thing and then I'll give up on it. So who's excited for this review here? I am. I'm actually looking forward to it right now. All right. Do 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 do. All right, let's see if this will pull my viewers in here. Oh, look at that! It works now. Hey, I can see how many people we have in the chat. It says we have 50 right now, so that's pretty cool. Let's see this. Check this out. So this is how we do all the like cuts and everything. If you guys can see this, I know it's blurry because I have the video on this camera locked, but this is how we do all the scene changes and everything, because you know we're real professional like that. So this is the Elgato Stream Deck. It's pretty neat. So we're gonna switch back to the main camera view here, and we're gonna get going with this. I don't really have any really news. We are going to be doing a weekly news. Gonna be doing like a weekly news thing on the channel. Like you saw the 3D news probe with TH3D. You guys can get why I named it that. Kudos. But we're going to be having basically featuring people from the 3D printing community on here. I think the next one is going to be either Matt from Inside the Mind of Matt or Chris Taylor from Neary's channel. I was actually talking to Chris earlier about some products and stuff and just what's going on in the 3D printing community. He's a really nice guy. We're going to see if we can try to help him out. So if any of you guys are in the 3D printing community and want to be on one of those, that'd be great. I don't think I'm popular enough for Sexy Sourboard to appear on video. As cool as that might be. But I do want to say that an interesting development is that I think he's one of the CEOs or board members or something from Creality actually reached out to me about the bed leveling kits that they're working on. They basically said there's some issues they're having with them. It's not a final product. They're trying to figure it out, but I want to see if there's some way we can be involved in that in terms of a support aspect. I don't know if it's going to be worth it time and money wise, but I need to talk to them more. I was literally using Google Translate to translate into Chinese and then from stuff I typed and then back into English from what he typed. So it was a little tedious, but we'll see what's going on. So the fact that they reached out to me is crazy. So I was just honestly shocked. So, and he actually apologized that, you know, if they do release it, it's going to be, you know, negatively affecting us potentially. We'll see how it goes. But, you know, I told them that, you know, as a, just, you know, from a business side, if you guys sell something like that, I mean, I personally spend about 10 hours a day during the week doing support. So they're going to need to do some sort of support aspect to support those kits. So yeah, I'm not talking about a licensing thing. We're talking about, you know, trying to help their customers use the product. So, but anyways, unless anybody has any other interesting news that I somehow overlooked. We're gonna get started with the unboxing. One thing I did want to ask, do you guys want me to have some sort of like music rolling in the background at a low volume so you can still hear me? What is everybody's preference here? Because I want to start like fine tuning everything to make this a more enjoyable experience for everybody. So let's just see. Do we? I wish I could do like press a button and do a poll. No, no. Might help if I unlock my vape. All right. All right. So I had to bust out the 6-foot table for this guy. I usually use a 4-foot table. I had to break out the 6-footer because this printer is massive. So what do you mean I need more juice? I got juice. Having some Dollar Vape Co. tonight. What you pouring on in the background? You got a preferred playlist there, Short to Ground? Let's also try. I'm going to try my best for this stream. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm going to try my best for this stream to not swear at all. Because the last one, YouTube flagged me for saying the S word, so I got a little slap on the hand with the monetization. Which personally, I don't care about the monetization because YouTube doesn't really pay anything, and this is not why I do this channel. I do this channel because it's fun. So, but it would be good to not would be good to not get stricken on the account. So, yeah, you guys you guys just got flagged by YouTube's swearbot. It didn't post your comments. I see on the left here. This message is held for review. Jim and EBUTUOY. Oh, YouTube backwards. Amazing. And your icon's upside down. That's actually pretty funny. We go family friendly channel on this stream, okay? We go family friendly. No swearing. Okay? Instead of the S word, just say poop. Okay? Like I don't have my poop emoji, so I can't hold it up. But yeah. So like I'm like this box is huge. Not the only thing that's huge in this room. Because I also have a CR-10 S4. You guys thought I was going somewhere else with that, didn't you? All right. Foam. All right. More foam. For the record, I just opened this to make sure it was in one piece. And, yeah, I haven't taken it out of the box yet. Midwest Intensify. How does Midwest intensify? My poo emoji print is AWOL. Usually back there. I got my Supreme print. Do you see my brick? Yeah, don't need to spend $300 to get a Supreme brick. I do actually have a lapel mic. Let me see. Hang on. This little guy right here. Yeah, someone stole my poop. I don't know what happened to it. I'm not even joking. Someone stole my poop. Let's see here. Let's see how this lapel mic works out, because this might be a little easier to work with than this giant robo long slender object. Gotta remember, family friendly tonight, guys. Family friendly. Family friendly Felix. Is that what he always says? Family friendly Felix? Alright. All right, let's see. All right, let's switch over to this Mikey here. Oh, nip slips. Trying my best. Never clip these dang things the right way. All right. Let's see how this sounds. Let me switch this first. Properties. We're gonna switch it to USB audio device. All right. How's my voice now? This is on the lapel mic. You guys hear me okay? How's this? Is good? Bad? I'm on the lapel mic now. You guys hear me? All right. Is this good? Good, good, good. Playing with the levels here. Good, good, good. All right. So is this acceptable? Because if this is, we're going to be, yeah, this is literally a $10 mic from Amazon with a $5 USB sound card and a $5 extension cord. So, yeah. All right. I am going to grab some electrical tape and tape this to the extension cord because I don't need the USB plug popping out during a stream. I knew there was a reason I bought this. I actually have two setups. My intention was to have one for guests and one for myself. And I think the Yeti is just going to be used for doing videos where I'm at the desk and talking. Because I'm pretty sure the Yeti is going to sound better than this. I am doing post-processing on this through OBS, so it shouldn't sound too terrible. But it's not going to be like a Blue Yeti, which is a great mic. Yeah, I do need wireless. If anybody has any recommendations to get like a little wireless pack that I can clip to my belt and interface back to the sound card, I am totally open to options on that if anybody has it. I am not an audio guy. I just know enough to be dangerous is what it comes down to. So I'm just taping these plugs together so they don't accidentally come out. Yeah, I have a mic system on my motorcycle, but I can't use that. I can't use that with this because they're just like it's in the helmet. I guess I could get like a Bluetooth sound card that has mic input. I don't know. There's multiple ways to skin a goat here. And I think I'm gonna need some balls for this stream. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure I didn't screw anything up. I just literally taped this all the way back so this doesn't accidentally get pulled out. All right. And tonight's stream is sponsored by balls, in that I bought them and it's going in my mouth. So, okay. They sell Bluetooth 3.5mm transmitter. Use a Bluetooth. I already have a Bluetooth adapter. Oh, that's a good idea. Like an audio transmitter. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, I know. Audio, yeah, audio transmission. I was looking at lapel mic systems, and they're like $500-600. I was like, ugh. So are you guys, okay, someone says sounds like a $10 mic. You guys really complaining? Do you want me to go back to the Yeti? Make a decision here before we start unboxing. I'm going to give you the count of 5. Which mic you want, the lapel or the Yeti? Lapel? Okay, we're sticking with the lapel mic. All right. So, in the box that you guys can see here, we got masking tape. Guess what's happening with this? We're not using it. We got a little roll of PLA. Again, not using it. Signature China Blue USB cable. Probably going to use it. We got our standard little NEMA power cord here, just like your computer and everything else. Let's see, full-size SD card. I would put money on it that there's a micro SD card inside that SD card. Let's see, tool-wise. Ooh, we got a nice screwdriver in here. That's a first. If the mic is clipping, let me adjust the thresholds on the filter. Let me see here. Let me see if these little more. Is this a little better? Because these settings are a little more lax. Also, I need to turn off the gain control. Hang on. There's automatic gain control on this microphone. This. About here. You guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. I turned off the automatic gain control here. All right, there's no clipping. Okay, well, this should be good. All right. How's this? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. My levels on my screen look good. I'm in the green to yellow area. Okay. All right, let's stop screwing with my settings here. Yeah. So, this is an interesting scraper. This is like a little, I don't know, little thin one. I haven't got one of these yet. I really like the screwdriver. It's not like the A-Net where this pulls out and you got a flathead. This is just a Phillips. Nice addition. 4 binder clips. Some halfway decent snips. These are actually nicer than the CR-10 ones. And a all-in-one mini card reader. This does like micro USB or micro SD, SD, M2 and M5 Duo. Wow, this does a lot of little. This is a nice little. This is probably the nicest ever. I'm already liking this. Just seeing their accessory package here is pretty nice. We got some screws here. Looks like 6 Phillips head screws. And then I've got a bunch of your standard hex wrenches or Allen wrenches, a couple little wrenches, and then we got 2 metal T-brackets. Now these are using Phillips screws, which I really like. Yeah, I need something to drink though. I might switch over to beer later in the stream, but I was up very late last night. My wife is out of town, so I stayed up late drinking apple wine and watching Rick and Morty and eating pretzels. Because I couldn't sleep. I was hoping the wine would make me a little drowsy, but it didn't. So, got a real nice control box here. This feels pretty skookum. Yeah. It's got a little power output on here, actually. I don't know if you guys, I'm going to switch over to small cam here. It's got a little power output on it. On the side here. Excuse a little frame rate on this camera, it's pretty garbage. The voltage is set to 220. I'm wondering what this power output is. And we got our SD. Overall, pretty nice. I'm going to go ahead and pop its plastic here. Oh, love doing that. If you guys have that on your screen, then there's something wrong with you. Take it off. And it's got this little ball, or this little bearing system. I don't know if you guys can hear this noise, but the spool sits on here and rotates around. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, we've got a XT60 connector here for the bed, I'm assuming. And yeah, that's pretty sweet. I'm liking this already. I'm really hopeful for this machine because who knows, maybe if I like it enough, I might stock some stuff. Now, for the record, for those of you that don't know, if you need a bed mat for this size machine, TH3D sells one for the CR-10S4, and that will fit on this bed. So we've got dual Z on here, as you guys can see. Dual Z, your standard flexi couplers. So me personally, I'm probably keeping this machine This won't be given away because I already gave away 2 machines. I gave away two Ender 3s this week to friends of mine, and a Meat Creator 2 from G-Tech, which is a great little machine, and they're actually open source friendly. I was gonna say these are injection molded parts, but they're actually cut. They look printed at first glance, but they're cut. It's some sort of Delrin. We don't have any eccentrics on this side or this side, so that's a little I'm gonna have to ding them for that, but that's a pretty easy fix. But these are metal brackets, and they actually have aluminum spacers, so it's not going to be like the Tronxy where it's pretty terrible. The Tronxy X3S was a dud, in my opinion. It's got a filament sensor on here, which is neat. We're going to start seeing this a lot more on machines standard. So let's go ahead and take this down. And this thing's like, this is big. It's a big boy. Or girl, whatever you call it. I just assumed it's gender. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, printer. I don't know what gender you identify as. I will not assume your gender any further. All right. Also, before I forget, let's go ahead and switch the power to a to 110. So I'm just going to take the little side cutters here, and I just use the tip to move it over. How's that demonetized? I was apologizing for assuming it's gender. How am I going to get demonetized from that, guys? All right. Let's see. Oh, the bed just comes right off. Okay. Well, I don't know if they shipped it. If they ship it with the bed dismounted, but mine is definitely dismounted. I've got 3. Well, there's 4 of the 4 springs. I'm missing 1 nut. I think it might be a guy though, because it has there's 4 nuts in here though. I'm just going to assume it's a guy based on what I see here of the physical evidence of the machine. So this is a male machine because there's nuts with it. So let's see here. More foam. This is a very well packed printer though. I will give them that. And I'm going to line this bed back up here. And take it out of here. It's a heavy sucker. Uh-oh. You guys see this? Someone forgot to put the screws in at the factory. They're in the bottom here. I got floating in the bottom. I've got 2 screws, which I'm assuming for this. And there's a M4 hammerhead. Just gonna put that over here. And let me make sure nothing else is in the box here that I might miss. There's a lot of packaging on the floor over here. My cats are gonna love this box. There's a fire in here. I'm gonna have a hard time getting past all that shit. I mean, stuff. Dang it! I was legitimately trying. YouTube, I'm sorry. It was an honest mistake. My guy that's supposed to be bleeping out the words failed. I'm sorry. I legitimately was trying to not swear at all. So we either double down on it or I keep trying. Alright, so before we go any further, I do want to say that this this printer was provided by GearBest. However, because I have not been selling stuff for them, they were not able to provide it for free. So I spent a grand total of $430 on this. So yes, it was not a free machine. Tim doesn't always get free printers. I have to pay like the rest of you guys sometimes. And this is one of them. But I will post a... Do not buy this yet because I have a discount code from my GearBest rep that will make this machine $450. So $20 more than what I paid with my affiliate code. Or my affiliate purchase, I should say. There's the other, yeah. So these T-slot nuts are for the... they're for this here. I don't know why they're just kind of in here. This is weird. I'm assuming they're locking them into the bottom. It's just weird. Yeah, because I don't see any... Yeah, I don't see any... Yeah, this is definitely from those. This bed is making me nervous. So let me reattach to the bed. What about... I'm going to turn it to William Osmond? How? I watch his stuff, but I don't get the reference here. I'm just going to throw these nuts on here to keep this stable while I put this together here. Call your wife and explain why you need to own this printer. Because it's not even because I need affiliate money. I'm sorry, you're on your own. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry, bud. All right. So this you shouldn't have to do, but if you do, you just put the little extrusion nuts in here and then tighten it back down. I'm not going to ding them for this. This probably loosened up in shipping, so as with any machine, just check and make sure all the stuff is where it's supposed to be when you get it. And that your bolts and nuts are tight, okay? So I'm just going to tighten these up now because I believe in doing things right the first time. So, and we've got, it still says 50 viewers. Can you guys still see if it says 50 viewers? I don't know how often my little screen updates, because I feel like it should either be more or less, not the same as it was a little while ago. Yeah, it still says 50. You know what's really sad? I'm just saying, I did a stream with Scott, and we got more viewers on the Ender 3 stream versus a stream where we're talking about the GPL and all this other stuff. And, you know, introducing Scott and letting people ask him questions. It's kind of like, I feel like that should have had way more views. And way more viewers, I should say, than a review. That's just my 2 cents. I'm turning into a grumpy old man, I've realized. I was just talking to my buddy about this. But either way, I'm not going to complain. If you guys didn't see that video, that's the TH3D news probe that I started. Oh, so that's the only reason? Maybe I'll do a giveaway. I'm in kind of a good mood tonight. You know, maybe I'll get the beer out. Okay, one thing I'm gonna do is, so this isn't terrible. So all the wheels are rolling pretty good, but this belt is real loose. It's like, I don't know, like ex-girlfriend loose. So, and that wasn't a sexual innuendo. You can take it however you want. Just trying to be funny. So I'm going to loosen up. I like the belt system here. It's like the ANET, like this one thing ANET got right was the little clamps. The little clamps on here, it's just 2 screws, which is great. So if I switch to small cam here, there's just 2 little clamps. And again, I don't want to hear about complaints about the small camera. This is a really basic 922 Logitech. Oop, wrong button. I'm going to see if I can fix the the video bit right here a little bit. Oh, why are you guys talking about Timmy's? I wish I had a Timmy's near me. I love Timmy's. There's one in what's the word I'm looking for? There's one in Michigan by a LAN party that me and my buddies go to. And it is amazing. I love Tim Hortons. Like, their coffee is fire. Oh, there we go. I always forget about this. So if you guys ever use a Logitech camera that has like low light compensation on it, disable that for your streams because look at it. See how nice and fluid this is? Like, this is 720/60 is what's coming in at. It's not perfect, but it's a basic camera. My other one is 1080. My main camera is a 1080/60, or it does 4K at 30. Yeah, I know. Just rub it in, you guys. I will find a way to get some Tims. Now, all right. So we're gonna go ahead and check out this bed here, and we're going back to small cam. I think I turned on autofocus. There we go. So, not terrible soldering on the bed wires. I'm going to obviously redo these, and if these two pads here, like the 2 positive and the 2 negative, so NTC is your thermistor, but there's 2 negative and 2 positive. If these are the same ones, I'm going to resolder wire to go to both. And they do have some strain relief here, so kudos. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. And they got a little XT60 and a 2-pin for the thermistor. So, do I need to put the link down in the video now for you guys to purchase it? Or can you guys wait until after the stream? Because I have the codes and everything. My GearBest rep sent them to me this morning when I told her I was doing the stream tonight. Alright, so I'm going to put the springs back on the bed because they came off during shipping. So if that happens to you, just put the springs back on. Yeah, I don't want to put the code. I have my affiliate link in there because that I can generate on my own, but a discount code yeah, but a discount code they gave me, she said it was I think it's for the EU plug, and it was $4.49 is what she said. These bed leveling knobs are exactly the same as the CR-10. They're almost identical. And I'm hoping, I think though the bed, I might have to, if I'm going to do solid mounts on this, I'll have to modify it here. I'll put this little piece of rubber back in. Check the bed flatness with a ruler, please. I was going to say I don't have one, but I just realized we do have a meter stick that I use for measuring out the tough tubing, which is our Capricorn competitor, out in my living room. So, but I'd have to de-mic to go get that. So the bed does have glass on it, like an S4. The bed is currently taped to, or the glass is currently taped to the bed with masking tape. So I'm going to take that off because you guys all know I don't use masking tape. Although I'll have to go get a ruler anyways because I just realized I want to grab one of my S4 bed mats and put it on here. Because I hate masking tape. I don't use hairspray anymore. I just use build sheets. Because I'm lazy. Alright. Anyways, so let's start. I haven't even looked at the manual here. This is just me going over it and doing what I do. Come on. Oh, man. It's done. So I think this is glass. It's got a beveled edge on it. But why would they do this? Why would they tape this to the thing? And it has been printed on. You can see that they ran a print on it and took it off. Because there's some yellow filament on here. Yeah, mine. This does not have the test print. This didn't have the test print on it, but you can see where they must have ran a print. There's like a cross hatching here. Why are these overkill? Look at this. This is ridiculous. Why would they make you peel all this off? Ugh. Well, you guys watched me take it out of the box. It's not like I took the print off and then repackaged it. G. Sorensen, I think Mrs. Holdwin does agree. I don't know if she's watching or not. We'll see, because she'll probably make a comment. She does have a very tiny printer, though, but I have the big printers. So... It will have the same firmware as one, because I'm adding support into Unified for it. I literally bought this printer because I had about 50 people message me asking about if I'm going to support it. And I also wanted one. But if my wife asks, I bought this for the business development purposes to support the firmware, the bed leveling kits, not because I wanted it. Wink, wink. So if she asks, this was a business purchase. Okay, everybody say it with me. I'm Samantha. Shit. Damn it! It's... Ah! I swear again. I'm just gonna give up. Ah! I'm gonna just double down. This is the business purchase. CR-10 did release their firmware. I don't know where you've been the last few weeks, but the 10 and the 10S is out. That's why I did the Ender 3 review, because they already committed to releasing it, and from a technical standpoint, because the Ender 3 has, from a technical standpoint, the Ender 3 uses a CR-10 motherboard. It's the same firmware. And the power resume feature is the power resume from the CR-10S. So if you take the power resume feature files from the CR-10S and put them in, and obviously you're going to have to change some settings, but for all intents and purposes, the Ender 3 and Ender 2 firmware are already out because they are using the same base code as the CR-10 and the CR-10S. Now, I still am going to make sure that they release the actual one that's used to build the hex files on those printers. But from a technical standpoint, everything is out. But in terms of GPL compliance, they're not 100% compliant, but have literally said that they're releasing it. So you better believe they don't hold... If they thought the backlash was bad before, if they go back on what they're saying, I'm personally going to lose it. And make sure... that they're holding up what their promises were. That simple. But another reason I bought this printer is because they put the source code on the SD card. And just that alone is, in my opinion, is a reason to purchase it as someone who cares about this, which means that this company understands that releasing the source code is something they need to do. So I'm going to support them. It's that simple. I put my money where my mouth is. That's it. And how long have I been peeling this tape off? The glass is real nice, though. I'm looking at it. I'm just looking at the reflections. Looks flat. I don't see any waviness. I'm assuming the bed probably isn't, but it's a Chinese bed. Oh, last piece. Last piece. Oh, it's much easier than trying to peel it off. I also have a bunch of S4 size sheets of glass. Yeah, my CR-10 Mini cannot print right in the middle. It won't stick. There's a half-millimeter dip. Also, before anybody tells me a million times, I do know that my main camera flickers once in a while. I'm not sure why, but I haven't investigated further. I don't know if it's the USB 3 hub it's plugged into or the camera's going out, but I haven't had time to investigate it. So, my ZN or my YN stop is super loose. So I'll show you this here. Look at that. So I'm going to tighten that up. So basically, we're just going to do a bunch of general checks on this before we go. The hub. The reason it's plugged into the hub is just because the hub is connected to its own dedicated USB 3 controller, and the only other thing plugged into it right now is, or actually no, that camera's going right into its own USB controller. This one's going into a hub. That's USB 2. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get time to look at it. Thought my spool just made noise. I was like, what is that? The home is not overtaken by printers. My office is overtaken by printers. And we'll have less printers in here once people come get their printers that are sitting in my living room. All right, so got our glass down. I'm just checking this here. There's some, I'm feeling some inconsistency. It's like, woo, woo, woo. Not terrible. Oh, you know what it is? I'm watching this, I'm watching the little gear here that holds the belt. And watch it. It's off center. Simple fix, but annoying. But I just like to note every little issue here. Love me some balls. All right. So now that I've gone over the base, no, I'm looking at the motor here. It's definitely the wheel, or not the wheel, the belt, the belt tooth gear, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember the actual term. The motor shaft is fine, but we'll fix that later. Not the axle of the motor. All right, so let's have some reading time here, guys, and let's look at the U10 3D printer quick start guide. What's funny is that's an ANET A8 idler right on the front there. That's funny. All right. So they just got a picture of it. We got the pick, the U10 picking list. Picking list. Bottom part, frame part. Are we gonna focus? There we go. Bottom part, frame part, control box, USB cable, 10 meters of filament, clip, masking tape, power line. Obviously, we got the US version. 8G SD card. Do you guys see this? I don't see it. Where's the shovel? Where? Was I supposed to get? I was supposed to get a shovel with this printer. according to this picking list, I'm supposed to get a shovel. Screwdriver, cutting nipper. I love me some nippers. All right. They do mention here that warning, must switch it to right voltage in the condition of the power equipment, aka put your voltage correct, which I already did, but that's really good that they mentioned that because that's a big deal. It's basically telling you to remove the accessories. You're going to use 4 M5x25 Phillips screws to mount the frame. It goes together like a CR-10. So we're just going to go through here, see if there's anything I need. They're saying use a M2.5 hex wrench, but the ones they shipped with this machine are Phillips, which I prefer. So yeah, real simple. Bolt it to the top and connect everything. So this should be a pretty quick build here. I think I've BS'd more than this build is actually going to take. And definitely it's running Marlin. I've already looked at the firmware on here. They're basically telling you to level your x-axis here. Come on, focus. Focus. I feel like I'm AVE here. Like, focus! I want to get this thing a chooch. So, but just some checks here to level the x-axis, check your couplers. It's, you know, showing you your nozzle height and everything. Fairly standard fare. Yeah, so I'm going to get to it. These are definitely pictures ripped off directly from S3D's website. S3D being Simplify 3D. These are definitely directly from the Simplify 3D website. Amazing. So there's some directions for Kira. You know, basic stuff. So the gist of it is put it together like you would a CR-10. So, do you guys, when I'm putting this together, do you guys want to see this cam or do you want to see the main camera? So, this shot or this shot? How are we going to do this? Like this or like this? Small cam or main cam? What do you guys want to see? Because this is your guys' show. I do this not just to hear myself talk, but to entertain you guys. Main cam, I prefer the main cam. It's a big enough machine. It's not like we're doing a little tiny build. Oh, main cam was small on this side. All right, hang on. Let me dial this up here. All right, so we're gonna do. I'll put it over the TV in the corner. How's that? The CR-10 40mm mount and Fang fit on this printer. That's really good to know because I need to figure out the mounts that I'm going to use for the bed leveling kit. I don't know if we're going to do one like I did on the Ender 3. All right, let me see. Video capture device, C922. There we go. How's that? It's a really weird shot because oh, this is overlapping. How's that? Is that good enough for you guys? All right. So I'm going to take the glass and put this on the floor so I don't break it. You guys may laugh, but if you haven't seen these streams, I drop everything. And yes, I prefer Phillips over Hex because I'm American. Merc. All right. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to try to put this on the right way. And let me do some checks on this first before we start. I got the shirt from Amazon, like 90% of everything else I own. I should have a sponsor by Amazon. So I'm checking the couplers here. Those are in there. We got all 4 grub screws. These couplers are a little stretched, but I'm not going to mess with it until we get one print out of it. Everything else looks good though. Z motors are firmly mounted. Tension on the wheels is actually pretty good, even though it doesn't have eccentrics. These are centered. Yep. Yep. All right. So, why? Go ahead and educate me, Dave. Why Phillips is bad? Yeah, I hate flatheads. Flatheads are the devil's work. Okay, for some reason this screw is like going in a weird, like the way they drilled this hole out is weird. All right, there we go. And the key is you don't tighten this stuff down. You get it all kind of snug and where it's not going to move a ton, and then tighten it down. Henry Ford and the stripping of bolts. That's why Phillips was invented? And there's the first thing I dropped tonight. All right. Well, the screw holes are all lined up. So that's a good sign. We're off to the races here. Except this screw head. This screw head is a little too big for the cutout on the frame. Come on. Just a hair too big. Yes, it is a metal extruder. So let's try a different one. All right. What? What? Relatable to what? I don't know how to take that. I'm assuming you're talking about me, how real I am. There's no filter here. What you see is what you get. I'm just like you guys. All right. Well, thank you, Wade. I appreciate it. All right, I'm just tightening these up. Now everything's kind of settled in. All right. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't strip them out. But I do like Phillips. That is a cool fact, though. I love little factoids like that. Because I'll probably tell somebody the same thing that you just told me later on. Like, did you know? Why does it make you insecure? just this is like my personal hell. I'm dead serious. Do you guys realize how much time it takes to maintain all these machines? You think, man, I'm gonna have a bunch of printers. It's gonna be awesome. The reality is man, I have a bunch of printers. They're expensive to keep running, and they break all at the same time. I'm just saying. Ugh. Just noticed that this needs to get screwed in. So go ahead and do that. Do they give you a little... I don't know if this wrench will fit it. Looks like it might. Yep. Oh, it's so nice. They give you a little wrench. All right. So just so you guys know, this type of extruder, this little brass MK8 style, I'm going to be getting these in to sell with the CR-10 dual board kits, parts, whatever you want, for those people that want a cheaper alternative than the Titan. So I personally like them. They're not bad. There are 2 machines running tonight because I've been cleaning most of today and working on other projects, so I haven't had a ton of time to run a bunch of jobs. Yeah. So usually there's more, but not tonight. They're taking it easy. They get a break once in a while. And I don't run that much of a sweatshop now. Look at this, guys. Do you see this? It's already got some schmutz on there. So you know they tested it. It's got some schmutz. Some schmutz on the nozzle. And holy cow. So Chris on Neri's channel told me the QC was eh. Look at this, okay? Look at this. You guys see how much this is wiggling, this hot end? Yeah. Hang on, my CR-10 is being special. I think I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to clean the head. Some stuff was getting hit. Like, what is that noise? All right. There's a little like booger on there. So if you get a little booger that gets stuck to a print, take some side cutters and cut it off before it makes a bigger problem. Yeah, so we're gonna have to fix this. The carriage. Oh, that's weird. The X switch is on the carriage. So let's okay. How does this layer fan work? It's got 2 fans, but it literally just blows air past. Yeah, we're gonna definitely modify this. Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. Weird design choice here. There's no eccentric on the carriage, but it's tight, so whatever. But to get to the head, they use Phillips on one and Hex on the other. I'm gonna use my nice little hex wrenches or hex screwdrivers here. Oh yeah, these guys, I don't know if you guys have ever used these. I get excited about stupid things like this. But these are Eklund hex screwdrivers that I got on Amazon. They're US made and they're beautiful. I pretty much don't use hex wrenches whenever I can help it. I just use these. They're so good. Personally, I might just end up throwing a CR-10 carriage on here because I don't know if you guys know this, but you can buy a CR-10 carriage from Tiny Machines for like $3. The only thing is mounting the X end stop switch on here. So I don't know. I'll probably end up putting a 50-15 fan on here. Now, looking at these fans, they're 12 volts. So I'm assuming this is a 12-volt system. And just in comparison, I want to see how the holes line up. I have an S4 bed right here. I got a big ass S4 bed here. And there's another square. I'm just giving up. So the mounting holes are slightly different. So theirs are set in a little further versus the CR-10 S4. So this is the S4 bed versus the Alfawise. And this is not a stock S4 bed. This is a 400 watt 12 volt one that I was testing for tiny machines, and it was just too much to actually it was too much to actually push for the average person. You need a beefy power supply. I was running a 650 watt ATX, and yeah, it couldn't do it. It died after about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. So this hot end's really weird. It looks like they forgot to finish making it. I mean, I guess it'll work. But yeah. So I am going to, I guess, grab pliers and tighten these nuts down here. It's the same hole spacing, it looks, as the CR-10. Like, why couldn't they just tighten this up? Like, why is this loose? Come on, guys. Get some... I see what Chris from the Neary's channel was saying. He's like, it's a decent printer. He's like, but the QC is not that great. So, but, okay. This is going to be one of those printers that I'm going to evaluate based on how much you have to mess with it and what it actually costs. Because if it, I don't know, it seems like this might be a good value machine, if that makes sense. And I should have really paid attention to how these wires came out. Because I can't remember. Do you guys remember how the wires came out of here? I think they went on in on the side. I want to say they were outside of the... No, how did the wires go out of here? I feel real dumb right now. Oh, here we go. All right. All right, let's put this back on. Got 2 Phillips screws here. David, I'm a man. I don't read instructions or do documentation. Just kidding. All right. Yeah, I don't need to take pictures when I got live video. And a bunch of people on the internet that are eager to correct me on anything. Have at it. Alright, we're going to put the fan grill back on. These fan grills take me back to my PC building days. But I know, I can see the part cooling fan is useless. It needs to be ducted. I don't know why they did this. But we're going to see how it prints stock. What I just realized is you can't tension the belt. And look at this. This belt is real loose. Real loose. No, they're not Punisher fan grills. I remember that was all the rage. Or the Alien heads. Does anybody remember the Alien head PC fan grills? It's not terrible. You could tension. I can see someone making a tensioner that hangs off of here. I don't know why they didn't do the same style the CR-10 did, though. Again, let's... no, that's not the same one. Unless I'm missing a hex wrench, I'm pretty sure they don't give you one that fits that bracket there, but whatever. Alright, so we're going to put these T-brackets on before I forget, and then we're almost done. All right. At least these are metal. I think I saw Creality is switching to plastic ones, which is a huge, like, that's a bad thing, in my opinion. My question is, why didn't they just copy the CR-10 carriage and, you know, X gantry, like TiVo did it? Because guess what? It's a good design. Tori, you don't have any running printers because you were moving your stuff. And plus, I literally just sent you a brand new Ender 3 with a bed leveling kit and a filament sensor. Yeah, they should have just copied the X gantry. Because here, I'll tell you this right now. If I do make a printer on my own, I'm going to take the good design aspects from the CR-10 and implement it and improve on it. Because I think that this design is a very good, simple, reliable design. How did you break your S4? That's what I want to know. How did you break it? FedEx didn't get it to you yet? All right. So, yeah, the CR-10 is a good platform to actually like build on. I mean, everybody builds on it. It's an i3 style. You know, like the AM8 uses a similar structure, but I think that came out before the CR-10. But either way, I like the design, you know, and they're supposed to be releasing all their design files. Not that it'd be hard to actually duplicate. It's just a very simple bracket. So, snap the encoder. Oh, that sucks. I did that on one of my machines. I'm not going through the door, but I snapped the encoder. CR-10 is making all sorts of weird noises tonight. I don't know why. Oh, you know what? I just saw there's a piece of filament that got carried on the nozzle I didn't see before I started the print. So I'm connecting this here. This is a DB15 connection. I'm not a big fan of it because this one isn't even going in. I'm not even gonna over tighten that. Yeah, Brian, it's a regular design. It's not, you know, it'd be like saying a Tronxy copied the CR-10. This is all just standard design principles. So inside there, this DB15, they actually have screw terminals on here where all the cables go to. So I'm gonna double check these. These are just an off-the-shelf kind of deal here. There's strain relief on them, so that's good. Interesting choice of connector here. I kind of like the utilitarian like aspect of this. Like it reminds me, it's like a CR-10, but it's not as polished. You know what I mean? So I got one Z motor connection here. There's a second here. So I'm assuming the shorter one is going to go on this side, the left side of the machine. So I'm going to move this out of the way and flip this around. But you better believe I do make my own machine, and especially if Creality releases a bed leveling kit that is a ripoff of mine, I will not feel bad making a printer that competes with them based on their design. You can believe that. So, I mean, I have all the connections already to get the parts machine for these end pieces, and actually in steel or aluminum. I've got connections to get the extrusion cut and everything, and all the other parts are just standard parts you can get. So if I start seeing a drop in our sales, which means I'll have more time, then I'll start working on a printer. But right now I don't have time to do it. But if our sales drop off and we're doing less orders and less support because of less sales, then I'll have all the time in the world. I'm just saying. All right, so we got Y. I'm just going through connecting here. It's not rocket science. Everything's labeled, so just follow the directions here. Well, Brian, I had no intention of making a printer to copy their design. I wanted to come up with my own, but it is a good design. And if they're going to knock off one of my product implementations, then it's what's the term? Is it shirts off or sleeves off? I don't know. Basically, it's fair game then at that point. If they're not going to respect my my implementation of the ABL kits, then you know I'm not going to feel bad about improving on the CR-10 design. Yeah, something like that. But especially if they open source the design files anyways, then anybody can easily make it. But they're not hard to make. I mean, literally a TiVo Tornado, gloves off. There you go. But yeah, it's kind of just like I don't want to step on their toes, but if they're gonna stomp on mine with some big ass Doc Martens on, then game on, man. So we'll see. It's just a naturally occurring thing. Because if I'm spending less time making kits, fulfilling orders for said kits, and doing support for said kits, I now suddenly have time to work on a printer. So it's kind of like, as long as I'm being busy with this stuff, I won't have time for the other stuff. But if I'm now not busy, you know what I mean? I have pants on. Tor, your comment just got flagged. All right. So I got my Z's connected. I got E and X. Yeah. Just for the record, since people are being smart, I have pants on. So it's together. I want to take a bet on if it's gonna like smash an end stop or something, or if it's gonna actually work. Bring my handy dandy bench UPS up. Always protect your power, guys. Okay, who's ready? All right. I know there's a delay, so we're gonna turn it on. This is Alfawise 3T printer U10. All right, we're reading bed temp, hot end temp. This fan's on, layer fans off. It thinks I have a failed print. So you know what? They must have shut it off at the factory. Because this has some sort of power resume. I'm going to cancel the print. I don't know. Oh, that's not good. Well, so we're going to open this up. I have a feeling there's some sort of like power monitoring module. They're not doing it like the CR-10 does. So let's go ahead and put this in. I'm going to heat up the nozzle and kind of clean it off. Card inserted. I'm going to prepare here. Let's auto home. Yeah, I'm definitely going to speed up the homing speed on this. And even though I'm on a crooked table... Oh, I accidentally hit the gantry is not level. Definitely going to need some easy level stickers for here. Let's rehome that. I don't know why my... Oh. Forgot to grab the filament off my nozzle. So it's making noise. So while this is homing Z, I'm gonna grab that off there. Come on. There we go. Okay. We're good. There was some schmutz on my nozzle on my CR-10. Always check your nozzle, guys. No one wants a dirty nozzle. It'll affect your print quality. This thing is huge. I think it's going to go next to the X5S, which is my... I don't know. I think S5S is bigger than my S4. Okay. Everything homed. My nozzle now has no temp sensor. The heck? Oh, that's interesting. When I turned it off, I heard a relay click about a second after. Okay, so... Why is this not making connection? My nozzle temp is not reading. These look all good. Give it the old jiggle. It was reading. So here, let's just do a little test. Let's see if this has hot end protection here. Yeah, it does. Well, it's got min temp. The easy out works with the Ender 3. It's already done. See if I figure out what's going on with this thermistor, because it was reading until it homed. I'm gonna take the card out, see if that makes a difference. Nope. Alright, well, we're gonna get a print out of this thing, or what? Alright. Let's see what's in this box. Now, Chris said his connector had issues here. Chris being Neary's, if you guys follow his channel. It doesn't work with the Ender 2. It works with the Ender 3. Ender 2 has different LCD pinouts. Oh, Ender 2, sorry. I didn't realize people wanted it for the Ender 2. I have dabbled with it. I haven't spent a ton of time trying to see if I can get it working with the Ender 2. And I like wrenched this thing in here, so I'm gonna have to use pliers to get it out. But basically my extruder temp is not showing anything. It was. I suspect these, Wait, why is the message showing retracted? I have no idea. Are you typing that? I didn't know you could retract messages on, Oh, wait. It shows your retractions don't work on the video feed, because it already has them. So I've got no temp readout on here. I'm not sure which one is here. When the gantry wires fell out, well, there's one plug here. And the extruder wires are all there. Let me see if I can identify which one of these. Oh! That'd do it. Figured it out. See that white wire there? Came out of number 4. Amazing. Alright, so Tim has to fix a China error now. Guess it doesn't really matter if I turn the power off because there's no power going through this side when it's disconnected. Chris Taylor of Neary's told me that the QC, this printer has a lot of potential, but the QC is pretty bad. So I see what he means by that. Like, the wires in there, it just snapped off because they soldered it poorly. Alright. Problem is, they did not give me a flathead. I do not have one. Oh, here we go. Here's one. Alright. We'll use this one. I'm glad I taped this because I'm like kicking this thing. Here. If you stick around, I'm going to put a discount code for this down below. And this printer is $450. So cheaper than some of the CR-10s, but you get 400 by 400 by 500. So this is in the price range and feature set of, yes, it has problems, but I'm willing to forgive them because the price is low, if that makes sense to you guys. So to get to this wire, I have to unscrew this little long piece here that actually holds the 2 connectors together. And take this out. And I'm going to put this in the hole here. And tighten this down. Alright. We good? We should be good. I'm going to take this other one off because they like wrap the wires around here. Alright. Okie dokie. So I'm going to put the strain relief back on here. Push this in so it has some like give to it. It doesn't come out, or push in so it's got, push the wires in so it's got some meat to bite onto. You put this little clip on here that holds the wires in the hole so they don't come out, which I think was the problem here. Alright. I'm pretty confident this was the problem. Find out in a second here. Alright. Put this back on. Put the little screw parts here. Hope if I got them straight. There we go. Alright. What are you referring to, Rick's full? Oh, Rick, dude. I assume you're Rick that posted in the group and sent me a ticket that made me very feelsy. Dude, thank you. I totally agree with what you said, and I appreciate you taking the time to actually write a message like that. It made my day. I read it this morning, and I was like, made me feel great, and that what I'm doing is not a waste. Well, it's not perfect. Reading -9. Why it's reading that low, I'm not sure. This other one, man. Like, how hard is it to QC stuff? Like, come on. It's reading -9 right now for the temp. Oh. I thought you were another guy. I'm sorry. Which splitter are you referring to? I'm not quite sure. I'm just gonna tighten up all these wires here because I'm not quite sure which one is which on this side. Some of these are quite loose. And this connector is pretty jank. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Are you talking about the 2-in-1 splitter? Okay, so that's negative, showing -14 when I plug it in -6. Yeah, it was a X. It was an X splitter. Yeah, it's been a busy day today. I had someone from our condo association come by because of, I don't know if you see my Facebook statuses, but we have a lady that doesn't know how to shower apparently, or keep her house clean. So I had to deal with that fun stuff today. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this thermistor here. And actually, I'm going to show you guys. So if you're not sure if your thermistor is working right, you can check it with a multimeter. And typically they read about 100k ohms. So I'm going to assume these two little white connectors here are for the thermistor, because that's typically what the little white wires are for on a 3D printer. I'm just going to take my cheap little multimeter here and put it to 100k ohms and see what we're reading across here. Reading 0. Which means it's grounded out. Yeah, this thermistor is reading 0 ohms. Not good. I'll put this wire back in here. And I'm not a fan of this connector here. It looks cool, it looks nice, but in all practical applications, kind of a pain. Yeah. No, it was reading, when I turned it on, it was reading fine. It was after it homed was the problem. That's when the issue started. It was right after it homed. Just checking all these connections here. Oh, the joys of 3D printing, guys. Here I thought I was going to get a nice quick build out. But no, the 3D printing gods had other plans for Tim Hoagland today. Question is, do you guys know where I put my... Aha. Alright. Yeah, the new CR-10s do not have a jumper. You can tell by when you plug USB into it, it automatically turns on. It's definitely on the side, it's on the hot end side of this plug, because if I put it across, it's reading a short on there. All right. I've got this hooked up right now. There's only fan power going through here, so I'm just curious to see as I move this if the reading changes or not. No wires are pinched. All right. So let's just take this hot end off here. So I can easily get access to it. It's held on with a M3 nut in a washer. Question is, why wouldn't they just... It looks like there's a screw that's pushed all the way from the back through. Why wouldn't you just screw it this way? You know what I mean? Weird design choices on this printer. Alright, so... Oh! They have that wedged way under. Let me see if I loosen up this screw here. That change? Because it's like wedged under, like really clamped on the screw here. Man. I'd hate to cut the thermistor leads, but I can check continuity. One of them's kind of exposed. Yeah, one of the leads at the Teflon sleeve is exposed. Let's check continuity here. Okay, on the one lead, it's not reading anything. Let me see here. There we go. Okay, that's a straight through. Expose the other lead here. If I can get this tubing to come back a little bit without breaking the thermistor. Go. And check the other one. Yeah, it's all over the place. No, it's reading 0. Weird. Real weird. Well, if I short these... Yeah, there's something weird going on. So if I short these, the thermistor starts reading 6. Let me see. I'm getting across here now. I'm getting like 20 ohms across the thermistor here. Ah, here's an easy way. I'll just disconnect the leads here and put a thermistor on here and see if it's reading correctly. That'll tell me if it's this thermistor it's bad or if it's the wiring going back to the control box. Easy peasy. And just double check, this one should read about 100 k ohms. I use this one for testing board repairs. Come on, get on my terminals. Okay. That my lead's broken on here. This might not be the right leads for this multimeter. Oh, it's making contact. All right. Yeah, there's something funky going on. Let me grab not this crappy multimeter. Grab a different crappy multimeter. I've got my nice Siglin over here, but that's not exactly portable over there. You know what I mean? So, all right. All right. Let's read this thermistor now, because I have a feeling that multimeter is either going out or I'm just getting the wrong. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. I'm getting, I'm getting 84, 85 ohms. But this is jumping a lot. It's gonna be jumping that much. Or K ohms, I should say. Whereas this one's reading a steady 100. All right, so let's see if this will read. You better believe, since I paid for this, Gearbest is going to be hearing from me. So I can get a little bit of a refund. Because I'm not going to pay for a printer that doesn't work out of the box. And if you guys ever have a machine that has issues out of the box, you should definitely bitch and moan. And get a refund. Alright. See if it reads with my thermistor connected. Yep. We're good. So it's yep. Yeah. It's reading correctly with this thermistor attached. The question is it the thermistor or the wiring that's bad on the stock hot end? Because if it's the wiring, then I have to replace all the wiring. Here's a quick little fun fact. If their support's not getting anywhere, open a credit card dispute. They will respond, otherwise they'll get your money back. I'm just saying. So let's see here if this actually reads the thermistor now. If it reads, I don't know what the deal is here. But the amount of meat they actually have exposed on this wire for the thing to clip into is not very much. Well, if you use PayPal, you can open a dispute through PayPal too. All right. So those are in. And now it's reading. I have no idea. I have no idea what the issue is. I'm baffled. Maybe just need to have the wires reseated. And my first multimeter is just not giving me a good reading because it's old and a piece of crap. Who knows, guys? Who knows? All right. Let's tighten this back down. Put this back up. What's up, Chris? Yeah, well, I stripped the wire and put more into the hole. I don't think it was making enough contact. Well, if they try to stall you out, then just open a PayPal dispute. Just go right to a PayPal dispute because, like, that's unacceptable. VTV, what's a VTVM? I'm not familiar with that term. All right, let's see if this will chooch back in here. And put this retaining screw back in before I break the thermistor. Oh yeah, and if you guys are wondering why I was late to the stream, it's because I was talking to Chris and he wouldn't stop talking. I think I told him I gotta go like 6 or 7 times. Yeah, this is a printer that's like needs some TLC, but for the price, we'll see. How's the lapel mic working out, guys? Are you liking it better than having the boom mic? I kind of like it better, because I'm not having to like go on the mic, you know. All right, I'm just tightening the hot end back up. That's one of the things. One of the things Chris and I were talking about is having him because I want to have him on the channel. So. All right, I know I'm missing a screw. There it is. All right. See, this lapel mic is one of these things I bought that I didn't need, but I was like, it's on sale. Why not? You know? And guess what? It paid off. The Boy Scout motto, which just fun fact, you guys, I'm an Eagle Scout. I was a Boy Scout my whole life. And the Boy Scout motto is be prepared. So that's why, I don't know if you noticed, but I literally reached over and grabbed a thermistor off my desk. Because I just have it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move Z up. I'm gonna clean the schmutz off the nozzle. And then we're gonna do a print. How's that sound? Question is, you guys think I should put my bed sheet on the bed or on the glass? Because I'm gonna go grab one of my bed sheets. And I was gonna go grab something else. Oh, I was gonna grab a flat ruler to see how flat the bed actually is. But since I'm gonna keep this machine for at least a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and I kind of think I should put it on the glass, yeah, because then I can actually put it on my S4 or this. That's one of the reasons I just want to keep this printer, is because I now have two printers of the same bed size. All right, we're heating up. Let's see what happens. So now that we're heating up, we're waiting. If you guys want to ask some questions, now's the time, because we're waiting for the machine. I'm just gonna eyeball this here. Hey, we're pretty good. Glass sheet. I want to say 3 mils. I am looking for my calipers. They're floating around here. They're in my canvas bag, which is, I have a tan canvas bag, and my calipers are in said bag, just down here. I think I can grab it with my all right. The calipers should be in here, unless I took them out. I think I think I took them out. Go figure. Question is, where did I relocate my calipers to? I'm not sure. Well, we're at 197 on the head and 32 on the bed already, so not too shabby. If I could find my calipers, that'd be great. I want to see how thick that is. Also, well, since we're waiting, I got some new things I'm testing out here that I'll share with you guys. Because I'm always trying to find new stuff. And this is a new thing in my hand here. Just trying to find my calipers. Dang nabbit. I can't find calipers, but I'm gonna say it's at least, it looks like this here. It's a 3 mil. I want to say. So, but yeah, so I got some new toys here. I'm gonna test these out. I like the design. This is a new design from one of my suppliers here. And the bed is heating up slowly. So these are 50 watt 12 volt heaters. So this is what would ship with them. And these are the hot ends. I really like the design of these. I have not tested them yet, but this is like a V6 hexagonal style. So it takes the standard E3D style nozzles. And I took the tape off Nary's. And it's got these nice Bowden fittings here. Very nice quality. And then, yeah, the hot end actually locks in here. So loosen that up. And I believe there's only one on here. I haven't looked at it too closely. And there we go. That comes out. So this gets set in so you can turn it whichever way you want. And it's a V6 nozzle, and this threads in. So it's really cool. Yeah, it's got grub screws here and here. This is for the heater cartridge, and this is for the thermistor. This takes the cartridge type thermistor. So I'm going to test these out, see how these perform. I just want to see if they make silicone socks that fit them. But I really like how these go together. I think this would be a nice step up from the V6s. And you can just see how nice that goes in. The machining quality is really good. Really tight tolerances. This is an all metal heat break, I believe. I'm trying to see. No, it's not all metal, but this would go well with the tough tube, since the PTFE goes into the melt zone. I would basically, my goal was to kind of call this the tough hot end, or I wouldn't even call it a V6, but the tough end or something like that. Someone with the tough moniker on there, because I bundle it with the tubing. So the idea is you can do high temp up to 300C on these with a cartridge type thermistor, and you'd have the tough tubing going here. And this will work with like the Titans. It's the same length as a V6, same mounting types. This fan shroud comes off, so you can actually take these little screws out here, and that'll make the collar come off. So it's essentially it's just essentially a new V6 design, and I like it. I don't know what you guys think. Let me know. I'm gonna test these out, and if they pass my testing, I'll probably start selling them, and they'll ultimately replace the V6, the TH3D V6 too. I just want to start carrying some more original designs, because I was talking to the manufacturer about carrying these and designing a hot end that's literally, this was that I had in mind, and then some other company actually started making it overseas. I was like, you know what, send me some of these, because I want to check these out. But yeah, it's really slick. I like it. And they'd be the same price as the current V6s. So yeah, I really like this lip. This is real slick. You know, real slick. So yeah, just I like this is what I do. I find new products, I try them out, and then if they work well, I sell them. But yeah, look how nice that is. I really like it. And you could put, I might even get them with a V6 block. But I do like that this supports either the bulb type thermistor or the cartridge type. You can do either or on this, so you get a choice here. But yeah, I just wanted to check them out. Obviously, they'll be tested and everything, and still have they'll have our standard warranty. So I warranty everything I sell. We test everything. So fans get tested, thermistors, heater cartridges. So you're getting a product that works and has a 90-day warranty. So this would be like what we would sell instead of the V6s. And I don't know if you noticed this, but this also comes with high temp up to 350C thermistors is what they're advertising these up to. So really interesting. I'm not sure about their choice of the sleeving here, but yeah. Anyways, I'm going to test them out. I'm going to see how they stack up against the V6s I currently sell, because I like how these look a lot. I like the design of the heat break. So, and the fact that I can use the tubing with it means, yeah. The cart was laser etched with voltage. I don't know what you mean, the cart. Oh, you're talking about the heater cartridge? Yeah, it is. The 50-watt heater cartridge I sell have it laser etched with the voltage on them. We're just getting to 48C. We're at 49. So I'm going to go ahead and move this up here. They have a separate menu, Move Z Up. That literally, oh, that's kind of neat. It's just press it and move Z up. So that's a nice little touch. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clean up. It looks like it's going up about 10 millimeters. I'm just going to clean off the nozzle here, because there's some schmutz on it. Is it turning off the motors? Oh, that's weird. So it moves the Z up and then it turns the motors off, which is really weird. I usually have a wire brush to clean off the nozzles, but it is AWOL tonight. All right. So let's grab a roll of filament. Got a roll of inland black here. snip that, and then... Woo, look at that! That is slick. I like that. All right. So we're going to feed it in. It was relatively easy to get into the extruder. Oh, it's unraveling. Oh! All right, let's straighten this out. You finally got your easy ABL installed? How long ago did I give that to you? I feel like it's been a while, Scott. How's everything running though? All right. So usually what I'll do is I'll then purge it. All right. This is kind of interesting. All right. Prepare. Move axis, extruder, and let's just flush this out. I usually run about 100 millimeters through to flush out a color, but it's actually changing colors real quick. But I already told it to go. So. Let's see what it has on the SD card here. You could accidentally put the SD card into the printer. I almost did that. Print from SD card, U10 SD card. There's nothing on the SD card to print from, so that means I don't have to slice something. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna slice it up. I think I'll use like a CR-10 profile. Ugh. Little SD reader in there. Hopefully I don't get anything too Chinesey virus on here. Marlin, it's 110-1 it says. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this to my hard drive here, just so I have a copy of the SD card in case it dies. So that's copying. Well, that's copying. There's about a gig of files in here. I'm going to go grab a bed mat to put on the glass. So I'll be right back. All right, how's my audio levels now? How's my audio level? Audio level, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so, Short to Ground was asking about putting a straight edge across the bed. There is a little gap. So I don't know if you see that here. From left to right. As for the glass, though, we'll see how bad that is. It's hard to show you, but either my ruler, no. I'm pretty sure this glass is not flat. It's hard for you guys to see. Yeah. Well, yep. It's Chinesium, genuine Chinesium for sure. All right, so I'm going to grab my glass cleaner here and a handy dandy Scott's shop rag here. Some schmutz on my glass. All right, good enough. Good enough for government work, guys. I put the glass on. The glass sunk the heat away from the bed. Look what's actually enabled in their firmware, though, guys. Look at that. So because I put the glass on the bed, it pulled the heat away from the bed. And, yeah. Look at that. I was wondering why the bed wasn't heating. Reheat the bed. Yeah, I was just about to say, let's flip the glass. Let's see which side I want to use. Yeah, there's definitely a, yeah, it's definitely bowed. All right, well, let's clean this side and see. All right. There's less schmutz on this one and less like surface issues in terms of like scratches and stuff. So I'm going to put on this. The bed is heating. So those of you guys that didn't watch my install video, CR-10S honking noises. I don't know what honking noise. So I'm not sure what you mean. But there is a right way to put these on. The shorter nub is the top of the bed sheet. So the one nub up. But this actually is a little too big because I just realized the CR-10S or the CR-10S4 is actually 410 by 410, which is what these mats are. But I'm gonna put it on here anyways. Close enough. So as long as you line it up, install this on here. Peel back one of my corners. And get this glass on here. I'm going to take this, since it's glass, I'm going to install it so I can actually see through the back here. So that's one of the benefits of putting your sheets on glass, is you can actually see where it lines up and how it's adhering. And what I mean by that is this right here. As you can see, the glue adhering to the glass. So these are the 410 mats. Since this bed is 410 by or 400 by 400, it looks like the mat will hang over like 5 millimeters on each edge, but not the end of the world. No bubbles. We're looking good on the back here. So yeah, we're looking nice. No major bubbles on here. Don't really see any bubbles at all. But we're good. All right. And let's clip this to the bed. This almost sticks too well with Pet G, to be completely honest. All right. But if you run a little higher offset on Pet G, it's fine. I run Pet G on these all the time. I don't know if I have any silicone little mat things laying around here. Blah! A little toasty. Balls. That was awesome. Came right into view of the camera perfectly. Why do they have the Z offset at 1? What the hell? Okay, this firmware is going to need to get some love from Tim. They have their acceleration at 1200. Yeah, I'm gonna... They got their E-steps at 94.95. Why? It's 95 for these extruders. Not the worst I've seen. Yeah, really weird. Alright, so I'm going to disable steppers if it... Yeah, they're not enabled. They're not disabled. And level the bed. Oh wait, it's got a level bed option. Let's see what that does. I'm gonna auto home. I'm assuming it's the level corners. Do you guys see this? It thinks it has the firmware set up so it thinks it has an ABL probe. It's just... Scott, you see what this is doing, right? It thinks it has an auto bed leveling probe. So it's just... Oh my god. That just made my day. And it turns off the heaters. It does. Amazing. Amazing. All right, so I got a nice little bulge in my mat already because it's the nozzle's hot, 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 hot. So we're gonna put these like right over the screw heads, and we're gonna level. I'm just gonna eyeball it. I'm not gonna go crazy. All right, this one's way off. Oh man, these springs do not have good tension on them. Like to get the nozzle over here good, I gotta like really get on there. But I just realized it's because the Z needs to come down over here because it's not level. All right. All right, close enough. And close enough. All right, what are we gonna print? That's close enough here. What shall we print tonight? I'm gonna replace these. I'm gonna put my CR-10 solid mounts on here. I think they should fit. We'll see. Let me go ahead and slice something up here. I got the SD card in my printer. I'm gonna use my CR-10 mini profile because that's pretty stock. I'll save it as A L F A W S E U10. Save that as a new S3D profile. And then I'm going to add the new machine. Alfawise U10. All right. So I'm going to change my G-code to 400 by 400 by 500 for the build. I'm going to get rid of the M or the G28 here because it does not need that. Because it doesn't have ABL yet. And then I'm going to go ahead and I have a well here, let's do this. PC TH3D. Oh no, don't move my stuff. I hate using these touchpads, but this is what I use when I'm on the stream. All right. We're gonna save the toolpath to disk. And I'm gonna put this on my USB. All right. All righty. All right, well, it's going to try to heat the bed to 60. I'm just going to override this. My profile had it set to 60 because that's usually what I do. But I'm going to do 50, which is fine. Especially since we're using the bed sheet on here. And I'm going to do 210 for the print temp. All right, it's already heated. Definitely a little too high off the bed. I wish I had baby stepping, but we're going to do this old school. Gonna knob step this. way too high in the rear here. Oh man. All right, that's looking okay. You can see here, this skirt did not stick in the back here because it was not at the right height. Still a little too tall, or a little too high up. Just a hair. It's actually starting to print now. This scraper sucks. A little better. I'm gonna leave it. Decent. Alright. So it prints. Run some printers I've had on the channel. We're printing with some inland black PLA tonight. I print a lot of inland, but we're sticking down. Atomic filament is good stuff. So yeah. So not terrible. The glass is definitely a little warped, but not. It's workable. Probably could speed up the first layer a little bit here. They definitely have something weird going on with the LCD screen, because whenever it updates, it's doing a full refresh. It's probably because of the older version of Marlin. Just gonna poke around. There's. You guys want to see if the power resume works? I kind of want to just see it get at least a first layer down before I do that. All right, we'll let this get a first layer. So if you guys, while waiting for this to print, go ahead, and if you guys got any questions, go ahead and ask me. I'm cranking up the feed rate to 150%. And it should be okay. These mats tend to grab the filament pretty good. What do you mean, Tor? Do it, you won't. What I don't get is, so there's this YouTube viewers thing on my software, but it's like not updated. It's been saying 50 viewers this entire time, which is either going to be too low or too high. There's no way it's still 50. I don't even know how it actually connects to the service or what. But whatever, a little disappointed. I wanted it to work because that'd be cool to see my viewers on there. So, I'm just going to give my initial thoughts here. So CR-10 build quality, not terrible. Obviously, I had the wiring issue. Me personally, I'm probably going to get rid of those DB15 connectors and just solder the wires. The glass isn't terribly unflat, but it's not perfect. It's printing, so that's a huge step up from other machines I've seen. I also just realized that the cold end fan is not moving. I don't know if it shut off or if it's on a controllable. Is this like not working? I'm gonna turn the fan on and see. Turn the fan to 255 and see if both of them turn on or not, or if it's a wiring issue. So I'm assuming the wiring on this cold end fan, because it was moving. That's the thing. It was going. So why it's not moving now is a question I have. Why is this fan not on? Yeah, it's connecting the heater cartridge as well. Yeah, the cold end fan is not working. I don't want to kill the print. So I've got there's like an electrical taped connection here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this wiring on this DB15 is really jank. So I got obviously our cold end fan. We got, in addition to the thermistor and the hot end, we've got 4 more pairs of wires. So I'm assuming one's for the cold end fan, one's for the layer fan, one's for the X end stop. I'm not sure what the 4th pair is for. So we should have 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. You know what I mean? There's a 4th pair of wires here that I am not sure what they should be used for. And the thing is, the wires, we got the same wires going across in here. Yeah, these are the same wires. I don't think there's a light. I'm looking on here, we've got one pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. Yeah. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. What's the 4th pair? No, the heater wire is clearly just 1 pair. Unless it is 2, unless they spliced it. I wonder if that's it. I'm just gonna let it go, because if this stock hot end goes out, I don't care. If it clogs up, I don't really care personally, because I can replace it. So we're just gonna let it go and see what happens. But yeah, this cold end fan is not running at all. No, I already counted for the end step. So there's 4 pairs of wires. There's technically 5. Thermistor 1, Thermistor, heater cartridge, cold end fan, thermistor, or end stop, and layer fan. That's 5 pairs. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pairs. I cranked up the layer fan. That's what I did. Yeah, I'm gonna take the tape off here and see what's going on with the wiring here. Because yeah, that doesn't make sense. Because I'm pretty sure the cold end fan was on, and then we messed with stuff fixing the thermistor, and now it's off. But there is a jumpered wire here that's got tape on it. I'm not sure if you guys see that. That I'm not sure what it's for. I don't know if that's for the X end stop, because it looks like, or no, oh, I know what it is. Filament sensor. That's what the other one's for. It's for the filament sensor. I totally forgot, because the filament sensor plugs into there too. So that's what the other pair is for. No, the other wires are for the filament sensor. That's what it's for. I'm going to probe out and see if I got 12 volts going to these other connections. Because I should have like the PWM for the heater. Which I do. Let's see what this is. There's nothing on here, so I'm assuming this is the filament sensor. These other two, I got 5 volts on one. That might actually be the filament sensor. There's nothing on this one. There's nothing on these 2 pairs. And there's 12 on this one. So I've got... On the other side, though, I got 12 for the blue and green. But I ain't got shit on the other side. So it's not the wiring coming from the PSU. So this 5 volt is the end stop. This 12 volt is the layer fan. And this other one should be the cold end, which has got power on the other side. It just doesn't have power on this side. Means that DB connector is not doing its job. It's like, why would there's so many other options here? Why would they use this connector? This is just bad. Yeah, I pissed it off. I caused a min temp error. I thought I could switch it out quick enough where it wouldn't notice. So let's reset this. Let me see what's going on here. DB15 itself looks okay. So I'm assuming this is the cold end fan. Yeah, it's got 12 going to it. It's got nothing. And here's the thing too. I just realized this the blue and green are reversed. Let me disconnect these and see if I got power on this side. Now if the fan's disconnected. Nope. Yeah, I'm not this connector system sucks, to be completely honest with you guys. I'm gonna be honestly asking them for a partial refund on this, because I paid for this machine out of my pocket. This is not a review unit that they gave me for free. So I'm just saying, as a consumer, this is pretty crappy. Like, why wouldn't you guys just use a different type of connector to jump all this stuff? That's my thing. You know what I mean? And here's the thing too. I actually don't remember if the layer fan or the cold end fan was working. I didn't really pay attention. I could go back in the video obviously and check. But assuming they use the same wiring colors all the way through, the cold end fan was wired backwards. So that's kind of a big deal. I'm just saying. A little bit of an oops. So let's yeah, so this other one is the filament sensor here. The one going, someone make a note of this, the ones going to 7 and 8 are for the filament sensor. All right. Let's unchinkify this a bit. Chinesium grade. This is a Chinesium grade printer for sure. Mainly because of this frickin' connector. Like, why? Why are you guys using this connector here? I honestly didn't even look on their product page to see. It's just a weird design choice. Like, why would you guys use this type of a connector for a hot end? You know what I mean? It's a weird decision. Yeah. First thing they passed on the parts shop. I'm going to put this wire back into this terminal so I remember which one it goes to, because I'm not ready to clamp this one down yet. Alright. So let's do what I do best and fix China's problems. Don't have my soldering stand handy, so this will have to do. Get my meter stick out of the way and grab my rosin core. Yeah, just really weird design choices on some of these part selections here. Okay, where is my set of side cutters? They're literally laying around everywhere. Take off their little crappily tinned connections. The heater pulls about 4, I want to say, on a 12 volt for a 40 watt. Someone check that for me. I can't remember off the top of my head. But 40 watts at 12 volts is what your typical heater cartridge is. Good old Ohm's law. All right. Yeah, so real close to the limit. Now here's the thing too, if this fan was wired backwards, then the cold end fan might actually be completely shot. Because a lot of these fans, if you wire them backwards, they go belly up. Which is funny because my Tron XY X5S did the same thing. They had the cold end fan wire plugged backwards, and I plugged it in and the magic smoke came out, except I didn't notice this magic smoke come out, and need to go back and review the video to see if the fan actually worked, but I'm guessing it didn't, and I didn't notice. So I like to do a nice inline splice here. Here, I'll move my camera over here so you guys can see. So, do a nice little inline splice here. You just wrap the 2 wires. I know there's a technical term for it. I can't remember what it's called, but you wrap them together and they look all pretty like this. And then tape them up all nice. This is just for the filament sensor. All right. And now we move to the heater cartridge. So I'm going to take these, make them equal lengths, snip, and do the same on this side. I know I have wire strippers around here. Are wire strippers allowed on YouTube, or is that a word that gets flagged? Of course, the only wire strippers I can find are the crappiest ones I own. I have a nice set of, I think they're Ilwins or something. Iwin. I can't remember what the brand name was, but they're my favorite. These ones are kind of worn out. They're a little loose. And then, of course, get rid of the fuzzy insulation covering. Braiding is, I believe, the correct term for this. All right. What video got flagged, Matt? Your treadmill? Stripper? I don't follow. Now, polarity on your heaters do not matter. So just twist them together and apply your melty stuffs. There we go. And this is just a really cheap soldering iron that floats around my office. Nothing special about it. It's a U10. And it works. Gets hot, it melts things. That's literally the job of a soldering iron. I have a nice Hakko 88 sitting on my desk. That's what I use for other stuff, but for just doing, you know, wires like this, I just use my little cheapy one because it's portable. And my Hakko is on my desk, so it's not easy to move around. So this is the one that floats around the office and fixes. I use to fix printers when I need to solder things. Like we're doing now. So my question is, how much of a refund should I ask from GearBest? Because, like, I feel like, I don't know, at least 50 or 60 bucks, because this is kind of a pain. I don't know, this is taking up my time, and I bill out, typically, especially for IT type stuff, I typically bill out around 65 an hour, so for how much I should make them eat on this, because this is not cool. I had really high hopes for this machine, to be honest. Like, why can they just not have put the DB15? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why could I have not, they could not just not, they could have just not used this connector box, and whoop-de-doo, you can't disconnect the control box from the frame. Who cares, though? You know what I mean? Like, keep it simple, come on. Or put the connectors like the CR-10 uses. Use those aerospace connectors. Or whatever you call them, the DINs. Can't remember the exact term, but they're typically used for, like, airplane type. Aviation connector, that's the word I'm looking for. Alright, thermistor wires are done. All right. So we got wires on terminals 6 and 5. 6 is red, 5 is black, 6 is red, 5 is black. So same on this side. We're just going to connect these one to one. The trick is cutting your wires so that you don't have like big bulges. And I really should be staggering the junction so I don't have a huge bulge where the splices are, but I don't really care right now. Let's just get this working. But typically I'll stagger my wires so I don't have a big bulge in my wiring from all the electrical tape and solder splicing, if that makes sense to you guys. But in this case, it's just get this printer working so I can add it to the fleet of machines here. I'm almost kind of at a point where I might stop doing reviews for GearBest, especially because, so before, the reason I haven't done a review on a printer in a while that was completely free is because I haven't been doing a lot of sales for GearBest. And the reason I haven't been doing a lot of sales for GearBest is because the last thing they sent me that was supposed to get reviewed was actually a cell phone. Because I had needed a new cell phone. My LG V20 was failing, so I said, you know what, I'm going to try out the Xiaomi Mi Mix 2. For order from GearBest, they gave me a $300 discount on the $600 256 gig model. Okay, great. I get it, and the LCD has multiple defects in it. I go, okay, no big deal. I'll just send it back and get a replacement. Well, they wanted me then to pay, I want to say it was like $30 to ship it to somewhere. I think it was either in California or China. I can't remember, but it wasn't cheap to ship it. So I said, you know what? Just give me a refund. I'll fix the screen. So got a new screen. The phone worked great. And then I'm just like, you know what? I'm not doing a review on this because I can't give a good review because the thing didn't work out of the box. And so my rep asked me if I wanted to do another review on a printer. I said, yeah, the U10. And now here we are, and I'm back in the same boat of getting a product from them defective. So, me personally, this printer's not bang for the buck. Just raw parts and build size, this isn't terrible. I think they just need to have some they made some poor design choices here. But as a consumer, this is kind of irritating. Because I shouldn't have to completely replace one of the main connectors on a device to get it to work. So I will post an update and let you know what the refund is. So if they're not going to refund me at least $100 because this is completely screwed up, and there were multiple problems, then I may end up stop doing reviews for them. Or if they'll still somehow send me printers, they're going to be brutally honest. Because I paid for this, and it's like, I'm not more forgiving when it's free, but it's kind of like, okay, well, I've got money on the line versus when they send me something that's free, it's more like, okay, this sucks. Is it worth it to fix it? I mean, like this, I think is going to be worth it to fix it, but only if I get compensated for the time that it took to fix it. So, yeah, it's kind of where I'm at right now with this machine. I'm just kind of disappointed because it's not, it can't be a CR-10 killer if it doesn't work. So, a lot of good on this machine though. Like, just a lot of other good stuff on it. Okay, let's see if this fan works now. Now that I have it wired, or... Yeah, fan still doesn't work. So my guess is that fan is dead because they wired it backwards. There was no magic smoke let out, so there's that. So 13 is red, 12 is blue. 13 is red, or 12 is black, I mean, is what it is on this side. So one last pair of wires to solder to get rid of this terrible connector here. Yeah, my guess is it died at the factory. That would be my assumption. I do have Sunon fans. I sell them. So I'm probably gonna go run and grab one of those out of my. Actually, I think I got one sitting on my soldering station over there that I use for product photos. Yeah, it's definitely not working. Tornado is dual 60s, I believe. I thought they're 60s. I could be wrong. If they're 50s, then I ordered the wrong fans. And I got 60 millimeter. I got 60 millimeter 24 volts on the way that aren't going to do me any good. And if Kevin, you're watching, because I know I had ordered more, because mine were going out, and I had ordered stuff for my buddy Kevin, who ordered another thing. I assumed they were 60 millimeters. I need to double check that. That's what I get for relying on what other people posted on the tornado group, assuming they were right. Can't trust the internet, man, I tell you. All right. So all of our wires are connected. I'm going to check the polarity on this green and blue, which I'm assuming appears to be the cold end fan, which should be automatic or always on. I'm going to tape this mess of wires up here. Just kind of make them all even so it's not a mess. Later, Tor. Well, I mean, if I ordered the wrong ones, whatever, I'll just have some 60 millimeter 24 volts. Not the end of the world. Talking about my fans? The ones in here? I was like, my fans better not be counterfeit. I get them from like Mauser and DigiKey. So they better not be fucking counterfeit. Yeah, friggin' counterfeit. I said frugging. Counterfeit. Kinda. Yeah, I think I have like the 60-second thing on in chat in case we get some people in here that are trolls. Remember I was talking to you, Chris, I was talking to you about all the trolls. I just don't want to deal with them on my stream, so if I can delay them. Yeah. Alright, well, my soldering is still hot, but I'm going to need it. Actually, I'm going to shut it off. Alright, so I'm just taping this all back up, if you guys can see here. Everything's all nice and tidy. And now I need to replace my hot end fan. If GearBest will refund me at least $60 on this for all these troubles, then I can recommend it, because then other people will be able to get a refund as well Because they did give me a refund on the Mi Mix with LCD issues. They gave me like $50 back. So not bad, guys. So what do you think of my splice job here? Is it good enough for government work? That's all I'm concerned about. Is this good enough for government work? Scott, I sent you that like months ago. Why didn't you check that when you got it? And if you got, I need to see who packed that, because if you got an Easy Connect with no, if you got an Easy Connect with no AC adapter, then I gotta yell at somebody. So, send me a message on Facebook, because somebody screwed up here. And considering I don't pack the orders anymore, it's not me. All right, well, now to replace the fan. You guys are learning so much. No, I cannot imagine a noob building a unit. That's why I said this is going to be in the same camp as printers like the TiVo Tarantula, where it's a good box of parts, but if you get stuff, if they need a refund, they need to issue a partial refund, or I will be opening a PayPal dispute. If they don't, because I'm not going to send this entire printer back. It's huge. Like, I'm not going to rebox it and waste my time. I'm just going to fix it. Well, Scott, I can send you a link to an adapter, either an AC adapter or a little one, or I can just mail you out an adapter. I think, weren't we just talking about stuff that you needed anyways? You needed some other parts? I can send you some other goodies. I want to make sure you're taken care of just like any other customer. The only difference is you paid for your printer upgrade parts from me with your blood. Oh, what's up? You do it? I saw you at Murph. Yeah, so I was yeah, I was following you around there. I saw your stickers everywhere. I gotta get some stickers. Alright, so fan-wise, these are just your run-of-the-mill 4010s. New hung way. So these are very hung fans. Alright. So what I'm going to do is, I usually pull the wires back up into the sleeving a little bit. So I'm going to undo the tape here and hopefully not kill my heater cartridge in the process. Yeah, I'll refine my thoughts here. But yeah, this fan is definitely giving up the ghost here. So what I do, since I don't know what blue and I don't know what is green, I don't know which is positive and negative. So if you guys are ever in a situation where you don't know which is positive and negative because they used Chinesium colors, do you guys have any other slang term for these Chinese printers? Because I know we got like Chinglish for the bad documentation. We got Chinesium for just a general thing. Anybody have any other terms like that? Because they always amuse me. Because my buddies are like, oh yeah, this printer had a lot of Chinesium in it. Basically meaning there was a lot of little stuff. There's a lot of little stuff that was wrong with it. So usually what I do is I'll pull back the sleeving when they have sleeving like this. I'll put some tape on here. Just to keep it there. And then I'm going to probe these out and see which is positive and which is negative. So I'm going to snip these here. Just cut them back a little bit. And strip these and give them some power. All right. So I'll make sure they're not touching. Mine are a little too close for my comfort right now. So I'm gonna fire up my soldering iron and make sure this isn't on the table and not touching any wires. So that's good. And I'm gonna turn on the printer and grab my multimeter and see which one's positive and which one's negative. So let's see, is black positive? No, blue is negative. And the way you can tell that is if you read your multimeter and it's a negative value, you have them reversed. So green is positive, blue is negative. Go ahead and shut this off. And I just so happen to have one of these are the Sunons I sell. These are actually genuine Sunon fans. Look at that, beautiful maglev fans. These are really nice. So short little plug here for my store. If you guys need 4010 fans, 5010 fans, 6010 fan, or 6015 fan, 6015 fans, or 5015s, all 12 volt is what I stock right now. We carry them. So what did we say? Green was positive, right? I just want to double check. Green was positive, right, guys? I was talking and I forgot. And I just partially melted my probe. Now, I do sell my fans with little quick disconnects, but I always run a soldering iron and solder them. But either works. It's low voltage anyways, so not a huge deal. I'm just going to double check my polarity here. Black, blue. Red negative, or red positive. Or, I can't talk. Black negative, black to blue. And then red to green, and we're good. Okay. Yeah, I made my probe a little toasty. It touched the side of the soldering iron. Hopefully my smoke detector doesn't go off. So if it does, that's why, because it's smelling the plastic here. I really need to find I have these really nice little soldering holders. And they got like the little brass sponge in there. And they're real nice, but I can't figure out where I put them. And that's usually what I use with this iron. Oh my god, yeah, Mike. Yeah, we have a neighbor that literally smells like, her place smells like a zoo. And it stinks up our first floor hallway, and it's disgusting. And she also somehow had an entire bag of urine and dragged it from her unit. I live in a condo building, so it's not like an apartment. So I own it. Like dragged a bag of urine down the hallway and left a trail from her unit door to the hallway, and then a puddle in the elevator because she took it down the elevator, and then another trail from the elevator to the dumpster. Why do you have a bag of urine in your unit? Why? Why do you have a bag of urine in your condo? Hey, look at it. It works. And the messed up part is she's apparently some kind of doctor. So I don't know what she's a doctor of, but dear God, like, people are so just gross and weird sometimes, and it just. I went out to eat with my brother yesterday, and working from home now, I don't go out that often, and we did, and it just was like I remember why I don't like people, because there were just a lot of disrespectful people, kids, I should say, yar dang kids, just being like obnoxious and rude. And I'm just like, now I remember why I don't go outside that often. Like, oh, these are terrible. I don't got little Asian hands here. I got big old American sausage fingers. So trying to get these nuts in here is really painful. Chris, I don't know if you know this, but cannibalism is wrong. That you can't do that anymore. My question is, okay, why is she collecting urine? Okay? And it's not going to be because she can't afford water, because our condo association, that's built into it, so she definitely has running water. So why is there a bag of urine? I just really want to know. When you try to talk to her, she will not open the door. She literally will scream, "Go away," at you. So I have a feeling she's like probably some sort of psychopath, and she's like holding somebody, and I'm at the point where I'm gonna call the Department of Health. Because it's weird. It's a weird situation. I feel like there's gonna be bodies, and we're gonna be on the news, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, this lady was freaking weird. And yeah, I'm not surprised she's got literal bodies in there. Man, I should. You know what made this build better is if I drink. I should have got the beer out before I started this. Messed up. I messed up, guys. Should have got the beer. I don't know who 3D Printing Kid is. Are you new in the YouTube town? Never heard of ya. Yeah, I'm gonna open a PayPal dispute if they won't. I'm literally gonna send them a ticket and be like, listen, this was broke, this was broke, this was broke. What are we at? An hour and a half on me fixing it? Like, this is all not normal stuff that should be having to be replaced on a new machine. Just saying. Not acceptable. So the recommendation on this is going to hinge on how they handle me having to deal with all this garbage. All this all these QC issues here is what it's going to come down to. Because if they're not going to issue a decent size refund, then it's going to be don't buy this, and then I'm going to open a PayPal dispute with them. I really hate to do that, but I'm not going to recommend a product that could have some issues, and then a company that's not going to give you a refund for your troubles. But that's kind of how it is. Okay, it's like, yeah, I had problems, but oh, you're willing to give me a decent refund? Okay, well, yeah, I had troubles, but you know, less money is good. So we work out a deal. It's called, you compensate me for my time. Like I don't work for free, and I also have integrity, so I'm not going to sell and recommend a product that I had this many issues with and they don't refund me for it. So you can expect a follow-up review on this machine, because I have a feeling it's going to print fine, but there's a lot of problems with it right out of the box. And for those of you who had any sort of inkling that maybe GearBest cherry-picked the units for the reviewers, I think this is a pretty good indication that they do not. So I'm just saying here. Yeah, I mean, I've shipped out products that have had issues that somehow we missed, or they got damaged during shipping, and it's how you handle it. That's what the thing is. Like, you can't get it right every time. You're not going to. You can only do so much, but if you make it right with your customer and you treat them well, then that's the important part. And a lot of companies forget that, And I mean, you are going to have people that are just unreasonable and they want everything just because something little was wrong. But if you're a reasonable person, and you're not being rude and you understand that sometimes, crap happens, you should be taken care of. That's my philosophy. Because I've had people that, like I said, have gotten product that was damaged during shipping, or something happened and there was an issue with it, but I took care of them and they were like, yeah, I get it, just give me a refund or swap it out or whatever, so this is not my favorite scraper, and I think this is dull. I need to find... I have one labeled, this is sharp, and that's my favorite one because it gets under the print and comes off easily. This one's not bad. There we go. My power supply fans that I sell for the CR-10 are about the same as stock, because during my testing, I found that the PSU got a little too warm with a quiet fan. I tested with a thermal camera, and so I did not want people to be running fans that didn't adequately cool their machine components, because I didn't need to be getting emails saying, hey, I replaced my fan, and a month later, it died. My power supply died. So if you want quiet, the power supply fan is not silent, and it says that on the product page. Now I am testing out silent ones that you can run 100% of the time. I literally right here. So they're Sunons as well, but they're not as much airflow, but they're silent. So you have to run these all the time versus just turning on when the power supply comes on, which is how the stock fan works. So, but I'm going to test these out. These should be good if they're on all the time, but I don't want to sell ones that are just going to be wired so it only kicks on when the PSU is on, and then the PSU overheats because it can't cool it back down, versus running it all the time and it never gets too hot, if that makes sense. So testing. I don't just blindly resell stuff. I want to make sure that I can give enough data, because everybody wants to double check you, and I want to make sure I'm doing my homework. All right, so now that we've removed some of the Chinesium of it, and I have a working cold end fan, what do we want to print? Should I print a benchy, or should we let it just go? So everything's working here. Nidex are good. I gotta look those up and see. Yeah, I'm gonna take the let this heat up here. I gotta check the Nidex. I looked at them, but Sunons are way Sunons are a little more affordable, and in my opinion work just as well. So but I mean, Nidex will work. It's all it's personal preference at that point. As long as you get a reputable fan. I really like the Vapor bearings that Sunon uses. They have a really long life. Basically, I sell the stuff that I like. and that works. That has been proven to work. Because if someone goes, well, this doesn't work, then I can at least be like, well, we tested it. Worked for us, so what else is done to your machine? All right, point to there. All right, I'm gonna do a Cali cat here. Yeah. No, like I said, I like the maglev bearings. They're great. If you look at how they're designed, it's a really cool design. You know, that's my thing. And Evercool makes a nice bearing. Their EL bearing, which is basically a sealed bearing, so you got a dust cap and the lubricants inside it. You can't get dust in there. Those are pretty nice as well. So this is heating up right now to print temp, and I'm just getting rid of all the crap on the SD card, and then hopefully by the time that's done, this will be preheated. I'm preheating it right now. That some of the Chinesium is removed and replaced with quality Chinesium, because the Sunan fans are Chinese fans. They're just really good fans. Just because something's made in China doesn't mean it's bad. I want to make sure people realize that, because a lot of people just assume made in China means garbage. Your iPhones are made in China. Your HTCs, I believe HTC is Chinese, but there's a lot of stuff made in China. It depends on who's making it. If they cut costs on stuff, you know, that's what a lot of people forget, is that if you're cutting costs and stuff, you're gonna have a lower quality product. All right, print from SD, CaliCat. I forgot to change the bed temp to 50. I don't feel like waiting it to heat up to 60, but you're not gonna need it on this bed mat. I'm gonna do the firmware because we keep having people ask for support for it. That was one of the main reasons, other than me wanting it personally, for getting this machine in, which is why I said fine, I'll buy it, because I was gonna get it anyways. But I mean, I just removed a huge failure point from this, so there's no reason it shouldn't be a pretty decent machine now. Oh man. Thing is, I got to figure out the mounting situation for the Z probe, because it's kind of like a CR-10 carriage, except they put it on the left instead of the right. I don't know why. Well, just so you guys know, we're waiting for this to heat up. It's at 40°C on the bed, 200 on the hot end already. Yeah, they don't have baby stepping enabled. Yeah, this firmware's pretty rough. It's 12 volt. I might actually just shut the I might shut the heater off, because something this small, especially with the mat, is not going to need to heat. I'm gonna turn it off just so it moves to the next stage, and then I'll kick it back on. I'm gonna see if it'll get up to 60. So it's 11 o'clock and I want to tear into the control box. I don't think I'm going to do the firmware today. If anybody has links to mounts that work for hot ends on here, I am going to see how the CR-10 ones work. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't just... why did this not go down? All right. I don't know what happened with the Z there. This is, see, I'm so used to using a machine that has bed leveling that one with manual it's just such a pain. Doc DJ Sir Havoc, send me an email to tim@th3dstudio.com. I want to see how these layers look. I was able to just move the Z up, manual baby stepping, if you will. I mean, it's printing. You can hear the Z-rods vibrating in these holders. Kind of annoying. That's what that vibrating noise is, if you guys can hear it. My mic might be cutting out because I have a threshold set. I just got your email. Now the plugs are good for the steppers. It moved up. I'll probably just take the Z-rod holders off because they're honestly not really needed. Yeah, I'm sure you guys can't hear me when I'm inhaling on the vape because it cuts out. So we're gonna let this print. I'm gonna up the feed rate a little bit to get this out quicker. Maybe 150%. Hopefully I don't lose any steps on Y because I haven't checked any of the VREF. None of the firmware I put out has the power recovery yet. Because Scott, if Scott's still in the chat, he's still working on integrating in Marlin. I may print out some bearing holders. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. It is kind of annoying. I may just put little caps in there. But it's printing. So that's more than some printers on this channel have done. Even after trying to fix them. Scott, how much extra memory does the power resume feature use? I know on the 2560 board it'll be fine even if with bed leveling and everything else enabled. But yeah. Oh yeah, Scott, if you haven't done so already, look at the unified branch and search for the slim underscore 1284p option and make sure you integrate that into the LCD slimming that I employ for the 1284. Make sure that gets into Marlin if you can. I think you already integrated a few things, but I think I further slimmed it down from last time you looked at it. Yeah, so I'm gonna shut the bed. The bed can't get to 60. It's getting about 50, which is about what my X5S does. If I submit a pull request, then it's gonna have all my changes in. Which I don't think you want. Because like those changes were made, Scott, those changes were made along with multiple other ones, so it'd kind of be a mash of a ton of things instead of just the slimming down for the 1284 chip. Yeah, that's a lot of work. I guess I could just compare. I could search through the Slim 1284p through the files and do a compare, because most of the changes are made in the LCD files and some of the configuration stuff. I'm just saying it would probably be quicker for you to just, if you wanted to merge that slimming feature in, it'd take like 2 seconds to just see which few lines of code were modified, because it's a couple of extra if statements and else statements on the LCD side. Well, they're not cloning the firmware. The firmware is open source. Yeah, it's just the way they're implementing the kit. It's clearly a knockoff of what we're doing. So, but where they're going to fall short is the support. So once people buy it and realize that they have zero support on it, they're either going to return the printer or have to try to find, basically try to find help in the forums and hope they get the right information. My support desk, we typically reply within 24 hours. I'm working through a backlog of cases tomorrow. Like we're backed up right now, I'm not gonna lie. But typically it's within an hour or two when we're not swamped. I just had another support desk guy on this week, and I'm actually hoping that Chris has some time because I'd like to toss him some money to help out once he gets familiar with our products. So it's not coming out too bad. Well, Mike, here's the problem with doing support. If their hardware is bad, then there's really not much I can do other than say buy one of our kits to replace the faulty one. So that's kind of the thing. In terms of wood, Matt, you're gonna get stringing. Most wood filament strings a lot, in my experience. So yeah, wood PLA is awesome, but it can be a pain to get printing correctly. But in terms of doing support for Creality, I mean, we could do it, but the problem is, okay, let's say we do support and we charge them, we charge the customer, I don't know, $50 for an hour or two of support, and it ends up being hardware. They're still without a printer that works, and then they'd end up being, and they end up having to buy a kit anyways, which would include the support. So, yeah, it's kind of an awkward position to be in, to be completely honest. So, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. I could do like a credit, like, yeah, if it's not working because of a hardware issue, then, I don't know. It gets hairy because a lot of the problems we see come through our support for the kits are actually printer issues. Like, their Z-rods are binding up or their couplers are shot. The VREF is too low. I mean, all stuff that we have documented. So another thing is, too, do we pull the documentation from the public side? Because essentially then we'd be having a support repository for not just our customers, but people that are not our customers that are buying a competing product. So essentially we're providing support for not just our stuff, but competitors' products, which if people make that shift, it's, it could put us out of business. It's a really bad situation to be in, honestly. And I don't like closing things off from everybody. Yeah, I mean, you can probably tell by the expression on my face. It's just that I'm in a bad situation right now, and we just kind of got to see what happens. They may not even release it. I talked to one of the guys that is one of like the board people, or he's one of the higher ups at Creality, and it sounds like they've been having trouble getting it working correctly and properly implemented. Personally, I think they should just let aftermarket take care of it. Like, I'm not the only one making bed leveling kits for CR-10s or other printers. There's other people doing it. People aren't going to stop buying their machines because they don't have auto bed leveling. If I was a Chinese printer company and I saw that there's third-party support for it, and that means that as a Chinese printer company, I don't have to put out a product that's going to require a ton of support, because bed leveling is kind of a touchy thing to get working sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't know. We're just playing it out, see what happens. It is what it is. So far though, this machine, there is some ghosting. I am running this pretty fast for how big this machine is. And I think tightening up the X-belt will help the Y's good. There's definitely some ringing. There's actually more ringing on the X than the Y, and I suspect because this belt is very loose. But not too bad. I mean, now that we've fixed the wiring problems, the thermistor temperature is stable. We got a working fan now. So that means the fan was bad out of the box. The thermistor wiring was broken out of the box. And that DB15 connector was not transmitting 12-volt power. All right, Skewed View, take it easy, man. Thanks for stopping by. And Legacy, yeah, aftermarket parts can be profitable. You just gotta find a happy medium of, you know, covering your time, because you gotta realize that a lot of things are, you know, if you're selling stuff for too little and you're not making enough to cover your time doing support, then you're not gonna be around for too long. You can't sell yourself short. You know, and that's with any industry. It's not just the printer stuff, you know. So if I sell a product that I'm making $20 on, but on average I have to do an hour or two of support, you know, it's not going to be something that's going to last a long time, and you're going to be out of business, and then, you know, you're not going to be able to sell your products. I set the base speed at 60 millimeters a second. I'm at 150%, so probably about 90 for a base speed right now. But you got to remember, it's not at 90 the whole time. It's only at 90 when it can ramp up and then slow down. Also depends on your acceleration and jerk values and all this other fun stuff. So take it easy, Ken. I'm pretty sure Ken Core, that's oh, you're not far from me. Your name is blanking out right now, and it's gonna bother me. I still haven't put that S4 enclosure together because I don't have room. Yeah, it's Truchin. Yeah, Tom. There you go. I knew Ken Core. You're Tom Ken Core 1. He runs he's got like a stair company, and they do woodworking. He's got all sorts of awesome machines. He actually cut me an enclosure, which is just essentially a cabinet, for my S4, but I found it was too big for me to have here in our current office. So it is in my storage unit for when we get a house. So Junior Rollin, they gave you a full refund? Did you get to keep the machine, or did you have to send it back? Um, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna send this back. I'm definitely just gonna shoot for a partial refund. Um, yeah, because I want to keep the machine. Um, it's got a lot of potential here. For my next live stream, I don't know if you guys saw, but I brought one box in here that had a bunch of orange tape all over it, and that was the JG Aurora A5, which actually they just released the source code for because they saw Creality releasing theirs, and one of the members in the GPL community that I kicked off, I gave him access. He's been helping out, and he actually got JJ Aurora to provide the source code for that. So they're compliant on that machine. I'm not too familiar with all their models, but I know they released, I think, the A3 firmware as well. I'm not sure if that's all their machines because they're relatively new to the printing scene. But I'm probably going to do that next week, probably Wednesday. Neries, or Chris, I keep calling you Neries. Chris, go to the 3D printer GPL offenders page on Facebook, and he posted a link to the GitHub the other day once they released it. And also, in case you guys are wondering, I'm printing with some black inland PLA. I print a ton of inland here because it's been very consistent for me from roll to roll. And then once this CaliCat finishes, I'm going to open up the control box and see what we're working with inside. Take it easy, Reclaimer. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, man. I don't know why I'm yawning. I drank an entire balls. This profile is just my CR-10 mini profile, which is posted in the CR-10 group, but it's working pretty good. Little bit of overheating on the corners, which is to be expected with this poor layer fan setup, to be completely honest. Z's looking good, though. Layers are pretty consistent. I just realized, oh, there it is. I was like, where did I put my refill here? Yeah, so we're about 75% into this print right now. How many people do we got on the stream? Because this viewer button is not, it's not working. It still says 50, which is really sad because I really like the Stream Deck. Not bad. 72. Why does everybody have a different number? This is a blueberry crumble from Dollar Vape Co. Yeah, so once this CaliCat finishes, we are going to open the control box and see what we have inside. I'm also going to up the power supply voltage to 13.5. Let's see if we can get the bed to 60. Because it can get to 50. Definitely at 50. I do kind of like how they did the bed cabling where it faces this way. And it's got strain relief because it's the CR-10 comes off the back. It's kind of nice. It's out of the way. Oh yeah, I always insulate the beds. That's like one of the first things I do when I get a new machine. I don't know if you guys can see the when I had the camera pointed at the CR-10 mini in the enclosure, that bed's insulated. So yeah, ask questions, guys. That's what we do when we're waiting for prints. Is if you got questions about anything 3D printer related, products, if you just need help, you're trying to do something, let me know. This spool holder is actually working pretty nice. I like this. Sir Havoc. They just replaced the springs, so you don't need the springs anymore. Although looking at this one, I don't know if the ones I have for the CR-10 are going to work because their screws are significantly shorter. Which means I'm going to have to figure out... Probably have to order different size spacers than what I use for the CR-10s. I don't know if I'll make... I might not even do aluminum on these. On the CR-10s, I do the aluminum because they hold up a lot. But if I do ABS with like 80% infill and I'm not printing ABS on the machine, meaning I'm staying 80C or less, then it's pretty solid. Jerry, I'm actually going to be supporting the Pets thing in the next release. I have a Pets thing for my Tornado sitting on my desk right now. And I got all the parts to do the control box delete. That's another thing. So I've got a TiVo Tornado here, and I'm going to be getting rid of the control box. So should I do a live stream on converting the, like, you know, getting rid of your control box essentially? Because I got all the parts printed. I just got to basically take it down and do it. I run 463 on all my E-steps on my Titan machines. Mike, you can calibrate it, but every time I've checked it, 463 works. ASA, I have a roll. I have a roll of ASA right here. I have not tried printing with it yet, but I hear it's basically like, ABS, but with more, with more UV resistant properties. Yeah, you can use the custom offsets to do the Pets thing on the current stuff. The X gantry is not better than the CR-10. I'd say stability-wise, it's probably about the same. There's no eccentric nuts, but they do have them tightened down and aligned correctly. So oh man. Up, we're on the top layer here. It's doing the solid infill, so we're almost done. I still love watching these things print. Never gets old. There's no recommended PID setting. You should do a PID auto tune. If you're using my firmware, you can do the PID setting for the tuning from the LCD screen and it'll save it. Or there's also a guide on the TH30 Studio site. If you go to Knowledge Base, there's a way, or there's a guide on what command to send, and then it'll spit out certain numbers. And you can put in the firmware or just save to EEPROM. I save it to EEPROM. How did your extruder stepper die? I've never had a stepper motor die, and I run the machines really hard. Yeah, stepper motors are pretty hard to kill. They're literally just coils. They're motors. And some magnets. It could be the stepper driver could be overheating or going out. I mean, if it works and stops, then I guess that could be a fair assessment. But yeah, that's really weird. I haven't had any extruder motors die. Let's see how my, where's my mouse here? Where is it? Oh, there we go. That, the E10 is printing a #1 cat lady trophy for my mom. Keith, it's a little bit thicker than Build Tech. Personally, I think it's a little more resilient. I don't know if you guys saw me taking the print off that we started, but I was not gentle with it. Yeah, extruder motors can get warm. That's fine. Like, these are actually not even These aren't even getting warm. But I'm excited for this to finish so I can crack open the case. All right. So that's done. I do recommend you let the mats cool before removing a print, but I want to get this off here. So if you're like me and impatient, if you just go slow and work your way under, it'll come off. Print quality wise, I'm not even going to evaluate the first layer. It's not terrible, but leveling this thing is a pain because of these nuts. But I won't have to worry about that soon. So not terrible on the overhangs. You can see a little overheating on the corner here. And that's because of the poor layer fan. That's on the Y, a little bit of ringing. A little bit of ringing on the X. The belt needs to be tightened for sure. And then, come on. These cameras will focus. There we go. So not terrible for literally a profile I didn't even dial in. You can see some overheating here. But yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Now that I fixed all the problems with it. Russ over your yeah. So yeah, I mean, I usually just will take a scraper when I'm done, just make sure there's nothing stuck on there. I don't know. They work. I mean, like, you're not gonna easily damage them. They're thicker than build tack. So, I like them, but I'm biased because it's a product that I get manufactured for us and sell. But a lot of people really like them too. We sell a lot of them, so we must be doing something right. So there is some like wobbliness. I think it's I don't know, it's not terrible. I'll figure that out. But you guys know what time it is now. It's time for us to crack open the control box. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut the power off. And snip our filament here. The alcohol wipes are fine. They're not going to damage anything. Acetone may melt it. Y is not tight. You can see here. It's just enough. But yeah, let's get into the meat of this thing. I don't sell on eBay and Amazon because Amazon lets you return anything. So I don't want to deal with getting all sorts of weird returns because they will literally let them return anything. So I don't want to be out a ton of money because somebody is, you know, just trying things out and sending back stuff that's half used. And, you know, I don't like Amazon in terms of stuff like this, in terms of parts that people can easily damage. Yeah. Yeah, it's and on top of that, they charge like 15%, so it's going to cost the customer more to buy through Amazon for the same thing that they can get directly through our site. And I actually set up an automated return system too for the US people, where you can put in your order and stuff, and like if, you know, let's say you went through support and they're like, oh yeah, it's defective, send it back. You can just easily get a Return label. All right, so this is weird. I saw pictures of this box here. I have a feeling this is for the power loss detection. That's what I have a feeling it's for. So yeah, standard 12864 LCD it looks like. If you guys see here. And then socketed driver, so that's good. And it's just like that Ramps 2.0 board. But I want to see what's in this box here. And it looks like it's in a printed part too, so that's weird. I'm going to disconnect this here. I'm going to disconnect this 3-pin, which goes to an end stop connection. Filament sensors on the other one. So this has got to be the power. I did look at the source code for this already. But it's a Rams board. Nice little board, to be honest. Oh, this power plug over here is just another way to power it. I don't even know why they exposed it, because that's for putting power in from an external power brick. They're doing dual Z off of a little adapter board, which looks like it's actually wired in series, it looks like, which is good. I prefer that. I'll see if I get these little boards, because I thought about making something like that. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned with getting the power resume on this working. I'm concerned with getting firmware that doesn't suck working. I'm going to see what's in here. So I'm going to peel this off here and see what's in here. Because here's the thing, I do have some power resume boards I picked up from China to test out, because I want to try it. This is definitely a printed case. Yeah, let's see what's in here. How is mine different from yours, Chris? Yeah, the good thing is, if the power resume doesn't work out of the box, then shouldn't get too many people asking if it works on this model when I do get it fully supported in my branch of Marlin there. So there's a silver lining. That's got to be what this is, because this power plug goes to this other plug. So one goes to the ZN stop and the other one goes to the 12 volt input by the board. So I'm assuming this is monitoring the 12 volt. And if that loses power, it closes the end stop, which then tells it to do something else. Yeah, this whole module is heat shrunk too in here. There we go. I got the screw out. Come on, let's get this module out. Oh, look at that! Yeah, this is definitely the power resume board. Do you see this? This is a quick charge cap. Yeah, 5.5 volt, 1.5 F. So here's what this does. This has a cap here, okay? This stores power. This gets its power. There's a little step down on here. This gets its power for the 5 volt and stores it in here. When the 12 volt line drops off, this then powers the CPU on the board, the Atmel CPU, and closes the end stop, so it's providing power and sending that signal that the power shut off. And then when that end stop closes, then it does the power save. Does that make sense? And the way it does it is it uses this as like a little UPS that has enough power to just save the position. And the funny thing is, I actually thought about designing a board like this and never got around to it. Some of this soldering is pretty bad though. Like this board, if you look here, look at the leads. That is supposed to be flush. I mean, if I can get this board working, this might be something I could stock and then actually get proper power resume working on any machine then, essentially. Because it just interfaces with an end stop. I'm going to take this heat shrink off here. I do have other heat shrink. I'll probably just wrap it in. I don't even know why it's heat shrunk, to be honest, because this could literally, this is in a printed case. Like, there's no reason why it actually needs to be heat shrunk. You can see, like, hot surface do not touch from the build sheet it was printed on. Just copy their design. Real nice, Nick. Well, why would I go through the trouble of making this board when I could probably just buy it and resell it and then support it? That seems like a way better idea. Yeah, so this has got, it's got a little opto isolator on here. Funny thing is, they must have been worried about people stealing the design. Because the top of that chip is ground off. You see that? The top of that chip is ground off. Now, looking at the hardware on this, this should be able to do what I was describing. Have enough power in reserve to keep the Atmel chip powered long enough to then send that signal that, hey, we lost power, right current position. You got like, you know, half a second or whatever. Because this is a 1.5 farad cap on here. And I'm assuming the relay is what acts as the end stop switch. That's really funny that they ground the top off because they're worried about getting copied. This board does say on the back Duon Dion 12 volt, DUAN DIAN 12V. Interesting little board. Yeah. Well, I think the reason it doesn't work is software. But now I got this module to play with, so we'll see what happens. Interesting little box. Yeah, interesting little box here. Yeah, that's a good point. Probably whatever company sold it to Alfawise. But the thing is, I don't know what that other chip could be doing. Maybe it's just a dummy chip to confuse them to think, because what you'll see in a lot of designs, there's certain designs that they'll put circuits in that aren't actually needed, just so that if it does get copied, then they can recognize that it was copied from their schematic by that extra component in there. Because if you're an electrical engineer, then you'd be like, oh, this isn't needed. But if it's just someone blindly copying it and that's in there, then they can be like, yeah, you clearly copy this because you put this same component in that's not needed that we put in just to identify it as ours. You know, it could be 2 resistors instead of 1 on the board. And if someone's just copying it, you know, clearly they're probably just going to do that because they don't know any better. So there's a lot of clever things people do in you know, the electronics industry to help prevent, you know, fraud and duplication, that kind of stuff. I will say it is kind of cool that all these wires are shielded, but these were like right on the stepper drivers, and these are really long. And look at this, is literally just like electrical taped on here. And they're not even, the electrical tape came off. Like, it wasn't even all the way on there. So, yeah. Or actually, you know what? I don't think the relay is serving the purpose of the end stop. I think the relay keeps this board from feeding its 5 volt output back into the Atmel board until the point that the 12 volt cuts. Does that make sense? Because you wouldn't want to be feeding two 12 or two 5 volt sources into the same thing. I'm just putting some tape on here because they had this covered up. So I'm just covering it back up with some electrical tape here. Yeah, it's not terrible. Here's the thing, the board and the LCD are nice. I do like that. It's a standard board. It's socketed drivers. I'm kind of torn on this. I feel like I'm going to have to probably play with this machine a little more. See if GearBest gives me a refund. If they do, how much of a refund are we talking? And then make a decision based on that. What do you guys think? There's no like terminals on the there's no MOSFET for the bed though. But I doubt it's a very high wattage bed considering how long it takes to heat. I'm gonna actually put this. I'm gonna tape these up. What's the refund for? Having to completely replace a major connector on the machine in order to get it to work, and replace the 40mm cold end fan because it was DOA because whoever made this machine wired the dang thing backwards and shorted the fan out. So, but it looks like the X or the Y plus is used for the filament sensor. The X plus is used for the power out detection. And we got Allegro 4988 drivers in here. So I'll put this back together. We got a standard 30 amp 12 volt power supply, nothing special. Nothing to write home about. But it is almost midnight, and I wanted to just kind of take some time to relax. I'm going to be working tomorrow. I'm not sure when we're going to do the A5 unboxing and build. But I am going to send, I'm going to move this out to my living room to get it out of my office for a little bit, and then I'm going to contact GearBest support and my rep and basically be like, listen, this thing was broken out of the box. I had to do, what, 2 hours of repairs, so, yeah. But I'll probably start playing with the firmware tomorrow. I don't want to. I'm already tired now, and I already drank caffeine, so I don't want to be doing it half asleep. You know what I mean? Just kind of. It's kind of. I'm kind of at a point where I should just go watch some Rick and Morty and pass out. Either watch it in my bedroom or in the or in my living room. So, but the wife's not home, so it's just Tim doing printer shit. Yeah, so thank you everybody for stopping by. If you guys have any questions, speak now or forever hold your peace. I believe that's the saying. Or is it forever hold your pee? I can't remember. All in all, it's not terrible. If you compare it to an S4, you're getting more build volume. I'm just being objective here, okay? So let's say I didn't have the issues with the let's say I didn't have the issues with the DB15, okay? Let's say that worked because you know I'm sure a lot of people, like even one of the guys in here in the chat said it worked. So let's say that wasn't a factor. You're paying $450 for a 400 by 400 by 500 Build volume. Electronics wise, I like the socketed steppers. That's something you don't see in a lot of machines. So that's a plus. It's got a 30 amp power supply, so that's a plus. Bed can only get to about 50 to 60, which the S4 has the same limitation. So I'm not going to ding it for that. There's a lot of good little stuff. There's no eccentric nuts, but they actually have everything spaced properly. So that's not bad. That would be just me nitpicking. I don't know. I think for $450, considering your S4 is $800, or $700 on the low end, I kind of want to say that I feel like it's acceptable. Not a first printer for sure. Definitely not a first printer. But if you're someone that has some time to fix the little shortcomings and want to save like $300 and get 100 more millimeters of build height, it's not bad. And it's got a filament sensor. It's got the dual Z is wired in series, which I love. That's what I do on my machines. Yeah, I'm not that disappointed, honestly. I mean, I fixed the cable here. Yeah, it's annoying. I'm definitely gonna get a refund though. But all in all, comparing to an S4, it's about $300 cheaper for more build volume and a better motherboard. And I really want to play with that power resume board and see if I can even get my hands on them. I mean, what do you guys think? What are your guys' thoughts? Am I letting the fact that it just printed elude me, or you know what I mean? Like, give me your honest opinion, because I'm just looking at this as build volume, electronics, and price. So I think it's not bad at all, especially for the price. If this was $600, I'd say no, but $500 is the full price for it. I've got a discount code, which I should probably post that in case anybody wants it. Where did I put my keyboard? I'm gonna try to shoot for $100 refund. I feel like that would make me satisfied. Let me find my chat window here, because she sent my GearBest rep sent me a code. Yeah, I'm gonna run it through its paces. You better believe that. Where is... where is my rep? I can't remember her name. They changed me to another rep, and she sent me a message this morning. Well, Havoc, my glass isn't that bad. I am gonna put bed loading on here. Every time I use a stock printer, it reminds me of how spoiled I am. I'm lazy. I don't want to screw with my bed. I just want to, if I have to baby step, that's the only thing I want to do. Like, that's it. And then print. I'm waiting on the sensors for the Easy ABL Mini. For the Creality machines, there's no big deal, or big difference between the smaller sensors. The smaller sensors mainly for when I get the D6, the Wanhao D6 finished, because that printer is really tight on space. So I wanted something that didn't take up a ton of space. So to give you guys a heads up here, the code I have for this machine is only for the EU model. Now, it literally doesn't matter if you have an extra power cable sitting around. Okay, so you would just make sure to switch the voltage and use a different power cable. I'm putting this in the stream. Use the code for I think it's 449 is what she's. Price EU model only. Make sure this is the right link. It doesn't have high cost of shipping. because it's the same printer. It's just a different cord in the box. That's the only thing. It doesn't come from a different location. It's all shipped out of the same. It's all shipped from the same place. And I think the code Alfawise U10 is a code because they sent me that before. Just try it, see if it works. Because I have a spreadsheet here. It depends on where they have it. Yeah, I'm gonna put this here. It should be I'm gonna try to use code Alfawise U10 for that in the US because my spreadsheet's showing that should bring it down to 450 as well. I paid $430 with shipping on this, so just like $10 less, and the retail price was $500. So they all ship out of China. Yeah, I see that it's out of stock. I'm gonna try to use I'm gonna see if I can add that code because I have a spreadsheet here. Granted, it's a couple weeks old, but it's showing that code Alfawise U10 for the US. I'm gonna see what that brings it to. Code does not exist. So yeah. So there we go. You don't need to do super chat. You guys don't need to donate. If you want to donate, click the Patreon link at the top of the page for the channel and go give money to Scott. I don't need it. You guys should give it to Scott, give it to Gina from Octoprint, whatever you want. They deserve it. So I'm just going through some settings here. If you guys are wondering why I'm staring blankly at the screen. All right. So, last chance to get your questions in, and then I'm going to wrap up this stream. Because that's all, folks. And just in case you're wondering, this filament that there's just a micro switch, nothing special. Nice little case they got it in, though. There's some strain relief. Like I said, there's a lot of little good touches to this. That DB15, I get it. It's a neat idea, but I don't think it's a good execution. I don't know why that trace wasn't providing power, because it wasn't even providing power to the fan, which is weird. I don't see any burnt traces either. But yeah. Oh, what did you do to convert it, Scott? You just literally tack on some wires? Yeah, 3D printing kit. I know what Super Chat is. Give Scott Leahy, money, not me. We're good. That's what we have the TH3D store from. So my TH3D shop is what makes stuff like this possible. This is what lets me do full streams like this and put time towards doing development stuff like this, doing reviews. You know, but we're good right now financially. So hopefully it stays that way. We'll have to see what Creality does with their leveling kits that they're talking about doing. But we'll diversify and, you know, get more products in, and we should be fine. I'm pretty resourceful, especially when I need to be. You know, considering me and my wife do TH3D full time now, we're kind of all in, so it's kind of all or nothing. We gotta actually, you know, sink or swim. If we fail, then we gotta go get jobs again, and we can't provide this kind of stuff to the community. Can't do firmware. You know, we're not gonna have time if we're working full-time jobs and stuff. You know, I'm not gonna be able to stay up till midnight doing stuff like this or later. So like I said, we'll figure it out. I always seem to land on my feet. Yeah, so 3D Printing Kid says, you got any tips for a relatively new channel? I'm not super experienced with YouTube, but this is me fumbling along. But yeah, like Russ Rover says, yeah, just be truthful, put out a ton of content, see what sticks. You know, don't let people tell you, oh, that's a stupid idea. Just do it, see what happens. Worst case is it doesn't get any views, and you know, you learn and you figure out. And the thing is, you want to know, you gotta ask yourself, do you want to make stuff that gets a ton of views, or do you want to make stuff that educates people, because they're not the same thing. You know, I could put out an amazing video on building your own printer, or, you know, doing firmware setup, and I'll get more views on a stupid video about a print I did than I did on that. You know, the internet's so fickle. They like stupid shit instead of stuff that's actually useful. So it's kind of sad, but it's the truth. You know, I'm sure other people will agree that that's kind of the case. If I'm completely wrong, then let me know. But that's how I feel like, is that, you know, people want entertainment. You get more views from that stuff. So if you're chasing views and you're chasing that YouTube money, you know, that's what you do. I just do whatever comes naturally. I do whatever I enjoy. Like, YouTube's not my day job. YouTube's a fun thing I do to kind of interact with the community, and, you know, just kind of hang out, give people a chance to interact with me. Because apparently I'm popular. It's weird. I've had guys that are like, you're an influencer. I'm like, I don't feel like it. I'm just a guy that puts videos online, and some people watch them. Like, it's weird, really weird. I was talking to Joel about that too, because he's still relatively new, and he's way more popular than I am in terms of YouTube following, and, you know, he's like getting recognized now. I don't have that happen to me yet, which is good. I honestly don't. I don't want to be like out and some random person's like, oh, you're the 3D printing guy. No, go away. I'm in public. Leave me alone. So, but all right. It is 12:01 and I am tired because I'm an old man, apparently. Yeah. So I'm gonna go grab a drink and then put on some Rick and Morty and fall asleep. So, yeah. Legacy Micro asks, can I order the Easy ABL over the phone? If you want, I think I can charge over the phone. I'm not sure, but I think I can figure it out. Yeah, you can call, shoot me an email or a contact thing. Our phone system doesn't allow calls through on Sunday because that's my day of rest. And by rest, I mean catching up on all our back-end stuff. I'm not really resting. I wish I was. Yeah, Legacy Micro, shoot me an email and I'll send you my my cell, okay? Here's my email. I'm not posting my cell to the chat. Do not share it. Or actually, I'll send you my direct line because that'll ring anytime, even if our main phone line doesn't route the calls. That'll always ring. So yeah, I'll send you. Robert, definitely call me tomorrow. And then Legacy, shoot me an email and I'll send you my direct line. I can also get text on that line. It all goes to my cell phone and my desk phone. So yeah. Reasonable being. Easy resume for power fail recovery. You mean I want to find out where they got these little boards from, because this is literally the type of board I was thinking of designing. A large cap, feed the 5 volt in when the 12 volt cuts, save it. Like, that's literally the idea I was looking at. But if a Chinese company is making it and it does mechanically and electrically what I needed to do, it doesn't make sense for me to produce my own if I can buy theirs in bulk, because they're going to be able to do it a hell of a lot cheaper than I could. And the PCB was pretty good. I might have Bob look at it. But that could be implemented on any board with an extra pin, essentially. So yeah. But if I can't find out where to get them from, I can make my own. It's not that hard of a circuit to figure out. So anyways, I'm going to actually sign off now. If anybody needs anything, if you want to support us directly, we sell 3D printer stuff. We sell bed leveling kits. We sell mats that you see. I try not to be too pushy in the videos. I want these videos to be just a hangout. It's not Tim's trying to sell you stuff. But if you want to support us, you want to see what we have, go to th3dstudio.com, click on shop at the top. If you want helpful guides and stuff, you want firmware for printers that I've spent a lot of time working on that has extra features, safety features, check out the unified firmware, that's free. But yeah, also if you go to our channel, there is a Patreon link. That is Scott Latine's Patreon. He is the guy who literally keeps the whole Marlin project moving. If you want to support somebody by giving donations, do not give me any donations. You can give them to Scott. He needs the help. He deserves way more than he's getting on his Patreon. I give him monthly donations. I've been doing so for, I want to say, at least 7 months once I found out he had it. So support him. If you want to donate money, donate to Scott. That's where I want you to give the donations to, not me. If you want product and support us, then buy stuff from our shop. So that's it. Anyways, thank you for watching. If you do want to get this printer, there's a link down in the video description. There's a code there for the EU model. If you're in the US, you can buy the EU model, just change the plug. My thoughts right now is that if I can get a partial refund of at least $50, I'm going to be happy with it, because there's a lot of good going for this. And if you compare it to an S4, it's a lot of printer for your money, considering it's hundreds of dollars less than the S4. So that's where I'm going to leave this for now. I'm going to do a follow-up video and follow up on a bunch of machines that I've reviewed in the past, and just kind of give an update on, like, you know, how they're holding up, what we've been doing, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm going to shoot for $100, but 50, whatever. I mean, I'm going to keep it either way. Hopefully they don't watch this. Because whatever, it's working. Yeah, it was annoying, but printer's going to work now. So, not a first printer. I would not recommend this for a first printer. But if you're someone that doesn't mind tinkering, you want to save a couple $100 over an S4, it's kind of hard to pass up. So if anything catastrophic happens, you know what I mean? Like, that's going to be the really only reason I would not recommend it, is if there was a catastrophic failure. So unless something catastrophically fails on this at this point, I'm gonna say give it a shot. As long as you know what you're getting into. That's why I do these streams. I want you guys to see exactly what happens. Like, there's no editing. That's why I like doing the live streams, because, oh, something happened. I'm not gonna then fix it, cut it out of the video, and you guys don't see that. I want you guys to see the raw process that happens when I go through building a machine. So It's just what I like doing. Anyways, I'm gonna stop rambling. Thank you guys for stopping by. If you want to support me, buy something from my shop at th3dstudio.com. If you want to make a donation, donate to Scott Latine. His Patreon link is at the very top right of our channel. And that's it. And Mike, yes, it does fit on my shelving. And you need to come over tomorrow. I need some help. I will call you. Give me a call right now. Bye, guys.